Hello, 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 and welcome. We're back with episode 6 of FanRP Season 3. Gonna be starting very soon, and right now we're getting to starting locations.
Just turn around. I am shocked that nothing bad happened to me physically.
There were a lot of characters that wanted to avoid confrontation like that.
Yeah, I realized in the moment, even though I am a combat synth, I can't take that many bullets at all.
Looking good.
It's basically a guaranteed death roll.
Even as a high proficient combat character as Lilith is, she can't take that many opponents and win.
Yeah, not in that situation.
Even Sloan, you can maybe combat he may be combat 5, but if there's sheer numbers against you, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I decided
If it's a
in
fair
that
fight, your
situation
tactics suck.
to avoid combat.
A lot of people on the boat.
I realized that every single one I was outnumbered, outgunned, and outskilled.
Hello.
Her voice.
Hello.
Tot God.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh no.
Pop-Tart. No. It's gone.
You ever put butter on a Pop-Tart?
It's back.
It's so freaking good.
Pop-Tart.
You ever
Fucking
put
so
butter on
low.
a Pop-Tart? If you haven't,
Don't
then
even-
I think you should.
Sugary sweet.
I didn't have an arm pop also. Look at people eat
I
my fucking
hate
arm and it
God.
pops off.
Alice gains the powers of the admin panel.
Hell yeah. Let's
That's
go.
my dice rolling hand. I can't roll anymore.
you've stolen his power.
I am the god now.
I don't have that there.
I didn't know Kappa would be helping GMing stuff. Guess they already were kind of doing stuff, but
Good point.
it's cool.
I think it's more of a just being invisible until he's ready to basically control his corpse for the funeral.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably. Well,
And be invisible over the grave, I guess.
right.
So you might as well be the DM hands, because then he can do the California girls.
I mean,
Which he might do right now if he's still here.
No, he's over there on the other boat. Is that Dexter in that boat over there?
Yes?
Hold on.
What the?
Hold on.
Dexter, what are you doing on the wrong boat?
Oh dear.
Man, he's getting
Brutally dragged to the right boat.
Oh, that was very close. I think Dexter is purposefully avoiding corporate stuff.
Hmm.
It's weird how every person in Masaru is anti-Masaru and anti-corp.
well, I mean, when you're, I actually don't know this Masaru, so I can't say anything. I only know official Masaru.
It's similar.
Not for long.
Hmm.
Oh, I really need to get this controller fixed someday.
Hmm.
Steven, can you dance?
You mean like in real life?
Well, yeah, I mean, in here too, technically, but
Not really. I don't really know I don't really know much dancing.
fair enough.
I can certainly
a
try.
few dances on here, but I don't want to do them yet.
How dare you? You pull out that. Whatever you could just be doing the California girl.
I don't actually know the dance.
I mean, that was pretty good. I think you got it. Oh my goodness.
Good warm up. Come on, Steven, you can do it. Come on. Then you switch. Then just swing your arms.
This guy said taught it to me the other day, but I forgot.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Oh my god.
That's a good warm up.
Is this the new Corp team building exercise? Just do California girl dancing?
Yes,
Like a
it is.
plaza?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Write that
Yeah.
in lore.
It's the one thing all corps agreed on. This is it's the workout for the corporations.
This is a cool boat.
It's
Look
like-
at them, they're
yeah.
all sitting there doing nothing.
What's the term for like the very slow martial arts?
Slow
Like
martial
people
arts?
doing the parts and stuff?
I forget the name of it.
I don't know. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah. I don't know the name of that.
They're all doing squats
I just thought
now.
I just thought of that and thought that California girl dancing was like the version of that. The Corp version in this. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
There goes the gym instructor.
Anyway, you guys know to fix controller drift, or is that just something I gotta get a replacement controller for?
That unless you're
What do you
experienced
use?
with working with controllers, then
Quite
I think it's
a few.
just replace it.
Didn't I think Ari mentioned something about a quest like well no that was the what's the word I'm looking for? Not the Oculus, the Vive controllers.
time before
They didn't
session
mention
starts.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Just infuriating how I'm constantly backing away and almost falling into the water.
Yeah.
Depending
that's
on
understandable.
how bad it is, I know that you can increase the dead zone on the controller so that it's not as far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to look that up after section.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably be a good idea.
Increasing the dead zone doesn't feel as bad as you'd think either.
Doesn't affect
Yeah.
like RP walk speed.
It wouldn't
He's
change your
taunting
max
us.
speed at all, I don't think.
He's taunting us.
What?
He does not. He doesn't know the Guardsman is taunting us. He doesn't know the power he's dealing with.
What do you do? I was drinking.
He came over and did this.
What, to our boat?
He was standing over there by that light pole.
By there.
Shit, I
Yes.
missed it. Well, I might have got it on my stream, but I was looking at my fridge. Holy shit, it's out in my room now.
Oh dear.
And I really
Yeah.
get this avatar fixed.
Glad I got a bit
I mean,
active because I was
best case-
freezing earlier.
I mean, how
How'd I get
expensive
this?
are Quest
Uh-oh, I think I
controllers?
took someone's gym.
Oh,
I don't know. I think decently expensive.
carrying the baton.
They're probably not as expensive. I mean, on the bright side, they're not as expensive as Vive or Index controllers. Those are really expensive. So, perhaps. I mean,
Hello,
Christmas around the
Undercity.
corner. You can maybe.
GM speaking. RP has officially started. As of right now, RP has officially started.
What about right?
Indeed.
Yeah, what
Someone's
about
awesome.
right?
Everyone's about right.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I kind of fell asleep standing up.
You.
Well, it is pretty
You're
uneventful,
not-
but right? Not much goes
You
on.
have to go.
You know, it'd be nice if we clear out some of these rocks and actually, like, dock, like, towards the actual pier. That'd be
Very true.
Better to have
Little
too much
nice.
stuff to do than nothing
cut
to
out, like, about 2 minutes of
yeah.
walking.
Fair enough.
Oh, I imagine that would be quite an expensive project.
True. Also, can't mess with these pillars too much. Don't want the...
Dr. Harper, are you on the radio?
Oh, that's quick. Yes.
I should be on the
Do
radio.
you need something?
I have a delivery of some sane leaves if you, would like.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be at the clinic.
Alright, I'll see you there.
Thank you so much.
Well, well.
Good to have, supplies in hand.
Indeed.
So let's open this door too, that way no matter what door he comes to, he can come right in.
I suppose. All right, what do we got? Need to see how Trident will respond. There's a giant bug in the crypt. Can check up on how they're doing with the healthcare stuff. Look for plants.
Good morning.
So you got some sane
Here
leaves
is
for us?
yes, it's a delivery of 10 sane leaves.
10? Oh my goodness, thank you so much. These will be a great
Yes.
help to, craft some medication.
I'm glad to hear. I assumed you could make better use of them than I could, so...
Yeah, I'll make some good ones actually. They're really helpful.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is a
Alright.
big help. It's really hard to get this stuff sometimes.
Mm.
I'll put all these away. Also, if you need some syringes, let me know. I can craft you some as well.
I don't believe I'll need any, but if I do, I'll
Fair
let you
enough.
know.
Very well. Thank you so much again. That's an amazing help.
Anything happening today in particular, or?
Nothing too grand, but I would keep an eye out in case any Trident agents show up. Do stay safe.
Right. And why would they be coming down here?
Because a few days
There
ago,
was the incident.
indeed.
You know, the Trident
There
drones
was
at
an
the end of the day.
Trident
They
drones.
were shocking people. Were you down here 2 days ago?
Yes, but by the end of the day I was giving a therapy session to Miss Ayla, so...
Ah, yeah, you might have missed it then.
Right.
But yeah,
I did hear
a
about
bunch of the citizens
drones from
attacked
Richard.
drones, so we might meet some Trident people today.
Indeed.
Right. Alright, well...
Good
that's good to
morning.
know.
Mr. Sloan!
Hello, Ms. Ayla.
Hi, Harper! Hi, Dr. Jensen!
Hello.
Greetings.
Well, I'll be getting out of your way. I have a therapy session this morning, so...
Very well.
Ah, I wish you luck in your session.
Yes, have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
You as
You as
well.
well, Doctor.
Well, good to see you both.
You two so early.
Likewise.
Johnny is hoping to round some people up and hoping to speak with you soon if you have free time today. Probably fairly soon here.
Indeed, I believe we should have time.
Simple enough.
Great. I'm not sure who he's rounding up, but, what is the public Avalon radio?
25.
25. Great. Well, when we know, I'll go ahead and hop over and let you know, and I think that he was hoping to meet here, if that's okay with you.
Perhaps, depending on the type of meeting.
Depends on the topic of discussion.
Sure. I'll let him know that
It might be
you're
good
moving
to follow the other day's example, depending on the material.
Indeed. In that case, I do have some recommendations.
Oh? What do you think?
For meeting locations, I mean.
Yeah, best not to say here.
Right. Well, I'll let him know that perhaps not here's the best, but you are able to meet, and I can call you on 25.
Indeed.
Right. And,
All right.
timeline-wise, I know it'll have to happen before midday.
I see.
Just, keep that in mind.
That should be easy enough to accommodate.
Great. Thank you. I'll give him out a message right now.
Very well.
Thank you. Shall we run around, see if we can find Liev or Cassian?
Let's do it. Oh, thanks for your time.
Indeed. Take care.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Well,
sneaky.
you just missed me.
Just came in through the other door. I have them on radio frequency. So, I just spoke with Miss Anessa. She's willing to meet. She has a place that's secure, but she said that you might have some reservations. It's a magically intense area.
I see.
But it is 100% secure.
I'll just need a few more questions directly with her, but that can work.
All right. If you could meet us at, do you know the subway cars above the Grove? By the
Yes.
Shadow District, at the upper entrance? Yes, she should be waiting around there. I'm gonna go retrieve Ayla and Richard.
Very well.
I'll close up the other door.
Very good. Well, once we have a second. My voice seems to be failing me a little bit. Need some water. Apologies, just getting a bit of invisible water.
Ah, yes, it's always good to make sure you're hydrated. Very
Indeed.
bad at that myself. Even though I'm a doctor. What a shame.
Shameful indeed.
I am trying.
Good morning.
Hello.
Morning, Leah.
How are you today?
Fine time we're having down under, are we not? Yes?
Come again.
I'm trying to practice some local greetings I hear from other people from out of town, like this down under in this undercity, as they say. I guess
Cowabunga.
the dialects changes, I guess. I'm trying here, I'm trying.
Fair enough.
You gotta stay with the hip times, right?
I try so hard. I never understand people. It's
I
weird.
do too.
Anyway, I'm just kind of standing here waiting for Skylark to return with something. Don't mind me.
I see, I see.
So, should we go there now, or...?
I believe that was the intention.
Very well.
You're probably gonna have to get smelted, but it's pretty easy to do that.
It should suffice, yeah. Thank you very much.
No, I rarely come up here.
I suppose for good reason.
I think the most I was up here was probably during the nowhere incident.
Indeed. Are those mushrooms? I believe I saw some of those small mushroom people again.
Is that a snoring rock?
Unsure.
The reverberations are quite intense down here.
The stone is thinner than you think.
It would appear so.
Some tall stairs. I guess this way.
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. I seem to have lost Harper.
I saw her go in the other direction.
I'll fetch her. Are we playing Ring Around the Rosie?
Oh.
Good grief.
They do tend to wander sometimes.
There we go.
Wouldn't be an all day without a Benny Hill moment.
Fair enough.
As per last time, I might do a similar thing.
Potentially. It depends on what
Good
the
point. Do you
Never
think I
know.
should take the arm off?
Up to you.
We'll see. And hello.
Hello again, you two. Greetings.
So, I suppose the only questions I had was, what sort of magic is there in this place?
Well, in the middle of it, there is a large magical circle surrounded by crystals infused with quite a substantial amount of mana.
And how long do you believe this meeting would take?
Depends on how agreeable everyone is.
I do have an alternative safe location if we did wish to use it.
I'm all ears.
What were you thinking?
I am currently in possession of the abandoned Masaru building.
Oh, really?
Indeed.
I have yet to even look in there yet. Honestly, that sounds like a wonderful place.
Very good.
All right, we can do that. We should probably travel there in separate groups.
Apologies for making
I was
everybody
about to recommend that.
walk more today.
Not at all.
It's good for you.
Yes.
So they say.
Righty. I'll take our first and get it unlocked for all of you.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Meet you there.
See you in a moment.
See you momentarily.
Shame, I really did want to see the villain. I never know.
Darn. I do want to see the location that she's talking about, but Sloan is very unpleasant with magic. Good morning.
Are they okay?
Quite busy up here today. Hello.
Perhaps the change of scenery was a good call.
Yeah. Though it is concerning that she saw us all together, maybe? I don't know.
She?
Lilith. She was right behind us when we were all grouped up. Right when we left.
Ah, yes. Perhaps.
It might be fine, but you never know. That's something to know.
Indeed.
I also had no idea we'd acquired that.
That is because it is a personal purchase.
Ah, I see. I've seen this much neon since Upper City.
Indeed. I did want it to be fully functional, so you'll find that in that direction there are crew quarters as well as workstations, and a meeting room this direction.
Oh, wonderful. Takes off radio and turns off.
Indeed. Good point.
I think I'll put my gun over here in the crew quarters. Interesting. Alright. Fantastic job. It looks desolate from the outside, but inside it's perfectly fine.
Indeed. You can thank the construction workers for that. Worked completely anonymously.
Very nice.
The only issue is, seems that some of the residual magic is that when you go in either direction, you may see into the void.
Yeah, it's a slight issue.
The
But I mean,
bookshelves
for,
also disappear.
Floating books. That's normal for down here, right?
Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Just come in. Hello?
Welcome. Hello, hello.
The inside looks alright for how burnt it is outside.
Indeed, that was on purpose.
I will be right back, I swear.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, There is a bathroom over there. Maybe they just had a sense and just knew where the bathroom was and they just went for it?
Maybe.
They have a very small bladder.
We're talking
Truly
like a walnut.
extraordinary.
Yeah, it's be tedious sometimes.
Fair enough.
Waiting on Miss Ayla.
Indeed. We do have a choice of using either a more less professional setting of the crew quarters or a meeting table.
Might be an occasion for the meeting table.
That is what I thought.
I suppose
Welcome.
that was the last one. Thank you.
We
Indeed.
had a bit of a race.
Perfect timing.
All good?
Righty. The only stipulation about using this location is that I would ask that all of you keep the ownership of this place secret.
Thumbs the word.
No worries.
Very good. Now, right this way.
Cozy. Little slice of the upper city, right at home.
Indeed. Though the chairs weren't the most comfortable.
See
You do what you can.
Some sort of magical monster did this.
Monster? What, excuse me?
I don't know. It smells like mushrooms.
It does now that I think about it.
I'm not sure what it smells like.
I wonder if some of the mushrooms ran in here while nobody was around.
That would be impressive as the door was locked.
Maybe I will stand. Might not be a bad plan.
Indeed. All communicators off.
Might not.
I will RP sit here.
I don't blame you.
Alright, so first order of business. Do we have a solution for Ayla's medical condition? So that could affect other plans.
Yes. I am right at the edge of a breakthrough. I have found that poisons and industrial solvents tend to work almost like a numbing agent for her kind. It's quite baffling, really, but it's
Doesn't
shown
sound particularly
amazing
healthy.
results. That's what I thought too, but the results have proven that it's the best shot we have.
Alright. I have a bit of a plan that I can share. I've considered some of the options we talked about in terms of disposing of the body. And my main concern with those is that puts things very out in the open where we can't exactly control the framing of the situation. In my opinion, it's very important that we either have no eyewitnesses or the eyewitnesses that we do have see what we want them to see, which is very hard to do by the acid pit or the incinerator or anything else of that nature. So, fortunately, that means we're probably going to have to leave a corpse. But if what you've said is accurate, we may have a way around that. However, well, I guess if we go with this plan, you may have to take a slight reputation hit, Miss Harper. But you know,
Very well.
everyone will get away safe, hopefully. But let me know what you think. So, essentially, what we're going to do to fake Ayla's death is we can get you to overprescribe the substance to the amount that would be dangerous to even her. Now, she's not actually going to take that, but it gives us a plausible reason for her to die of some sort of toxic shock, which would also make the body no longer valuable to anyone who wanted to harvest any components out of it.
Yes.
And we can take samples before we make the change, so that we can taint it with the same substance to pass them off as tainted blood. That would give us that, so... Well, I have a bit of a very, I guess underhanded, it's the only way to say it, way to frame the situation, and as I said, make someone who is not involved in this conspiracy see things the way that we want them seen. Were you aware that Dr. Blake's apartment is across the hall from mine?
I was not.
Well, it is, and he has been seeing Ayla for therapeutic services. So my plan boils down to something like this. We arrange for Miss Nessa to be in my apartment, as well as one of our deckers. And then we have Ayla request services in the row inside of Dr. Blake's apartment. Richard, who's concerned about her safety, will wait outside in the hall, but due to privacy for Ayla, will not enter the apartment. As soon as she enters, we will communicate through radios where, through code phrases, Ayla will tell us that they are going off radio, which will be our cue to tell you to send an emergency communication to Dr. Blake that you need to speak with him very briefly, but right now. Intention here is to get him to leave his apartment, exit out, head to the clinic, and then speak with you briefly, and then head back. During that time, Ayla will open the door to Dr. Blake's apartment. We will take a corpse that we had stored in my apartment that has been modified, deposit it inside of Dr. Blake's apartment. Ayla herself will then enter my apartment, where Ness is waiting to make the actual changes. Then when Dr. Blake returns, they will find a dead Ayla on their floor and report it as they might see fit. The reason that we'll have a decker there is to just deck the cameras inside of the apartment building for that actual transition. Otherwise, there shouldn't be an issue of anything being seen. Do you have any issues or exceptions to this plan?
My only concern is perhaps the believability of the overdose actually working on euphorian biology.
It'll simply have to be a significant dose.
I have another concern. I am not familiar with this man you speak of. Does he have any sort of medical training himself, that he could potentially take the sample himself?
I don't believe so. He only has skills in botany.
A botanist.
Fair.
And if he were to try, I'm sure he does not have the medical acumen of Dr. Harper, who would be the resident expert to be consulted. And that puts it in your hands. And then, of course, once everything has been settled down, the real Ayla in their new appearance can simply exit my apartment building, and the transit gate is right there. They can get on the tram and leave the city. That way they have minimal time being exposed to anyone that might try to see through the disguise.
Indeed. Have we arranged for where they will be heading afterward?
I've made some arrangements, but if you don't mind, I'd prefer to keep those private.
Very well.
How do the rest of you feel about this plan?
Well, I mean, seems workable, but it also seems a little cruel.
Yeah, it is. I'll have
I
to make
assume
it
the
to Blake.
donor is not the greatest person.
In terms of the body, well, we still actually have that matter to settle. Miss Anessa, did you have any requirements for a corpse that we would use?
Skin pigmentation can be changed easily enough, even after death. How dense are those horns?
You like to practice today by chance?
Would you say bone density?
Yes, most likely, but they are hollow, considering that is where my mana circulates through.
So a hollow bone density ring around the skull. Changing the pigmentation to pinkish. White hair is easy enough. That's just a lack of pigmentation in the hair, and happens naturally in humans. I should be able to gather a body if you don't want to use one of the ones potentially elsewhere. There are plenty of bodies down below I could craft into a proper shape.
That would be very helpful. If you have something pre-prepared, here's a gruesome question, but would you be able to temporarily reconfigure the body so that it could fit in a more discrete shape, say a box for transport?
Oh, of course.
Excellent.
If anything, I could craft the body first, disassemble, and then transport, reassemble on the spot.
If that's within your ability,
simple
then...
matter.
Excellent.
Although I would request maybe a moment or two just observing Ayla. The more I have what I want to shape in my mind, the easier it is.
That is the
like
other
an
factor.
artist working with a painting.
We need to be prepared just in case the CEO does end up seeing the corpse, that it will need to have matching scars and tissue scars of Ayla.
Exactly.
If you could give Vanessa a rundown of your medical history, everything that's happened.
Sure. Let me just take about a little notepad here and go ahead.
How do we solve the issue of the corpse being pregnant with two?
That is another point.
Would they scan for the... Well, no, they might. I don't...
They very well might try to cut them out to save...
Of the body after. That's
True.
the thing.
Well, hopefully we can get our hands on the contract, because in that scenario, well, the body is property and it can be demanded. There's an unfortunate benefit of Vela's situation. It's not like a normal person.
Yeah.
I apologize if this comes as not a pleasant thought, but I could potentially size down two corpses to a more fetal shape and just put them in the body as well.
I fear that may be necessary.
Fair, so maybe 1.5 corpse, maybe 2. Yes,
The question is if they'll demand us to cut the body open and see if we can salvage the children and incubate them. In which case they would need to have at least some type of fake blood as well, right?
Indeed.
I mean, we could take some of Ayla's blood and suffuse it in the system as well, just to help sell it.
Yeah.
And if anything, when it comes to the cutting, you open it up suddenly. Oh no, stillborn.
Yeah.
There's also, if necessary, it is within reasonable expectations that the Wyverns, Richard and myself, would have an emotional response to the situation. So we could certainly make a fuss and delay things as much as possible.
Indeed.
Goodness.
I did try to get Augustine to say what his plans were, but he didn't. He was still vague. I don't know. I could try and ask again, or does that seem suspicious?
It's, at this point, what he's going to do is whatever he's going to do. And we don't know exactly when he'll pass anyway.
Plus, he might just get annoyed more. He's always been cagey. Wouldn't surprise me if he just gets angry at you and just dismisses the topic entirely.
Now, based off what you said, it would probably be convincing that... Well, Richard, you should probably honestly beat the shit out of me. Knowing your connection. Maybe a baseball bat or something. I can take it. It'll help tell.
Are you sure about that? The corpse would be found in Mr. Blake's home.
She's the one who will have written the prescription.
Fair.
I don't know if to
Be in
hurting
a
anyone
moment.
without needing to hurting any. If anything, maybe a
Well,
little
either way,
Jack
if
would Russell
taking a hit or two will help sell it, then I don't mind.
We can keep it in mind coming forward.
Because it would be odd for Richard to find out and have no reaction whatsoever to someone that would appear to have basically poisoned their lover.
Indeed.
To be fair, breaking down entirely is also a valid reaction many go through.
That's also true.
Also, to be fair,
Loss is a grave thing.
Richard
Sorry,
is
Richard.
prepared to lose me regardless of if it's someone else's fault. Blaming someone else. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, no, tell him in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Well, act off impulse, and if you feel like it, then I'll take it.
Okay, I'll keep that
But
in mind.
there is also the point that assaulting an Avalon representative may land you in some hot water.
Also true.
I will certainly need to respond to such action.
Boy.
Perhaps I can try and get some guards
get
present
another
that day to hold you
demonstration?
back.
I mean, you can just get loud and verbal, then we can restrain you.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, that might work.
All right.
I don't know what's
I think
going
we
on.
have the solid foundation of a plan. Obviously, something is going to go awry. It always happens, but I think we have a good framework and just try to roll with punches as best we can. I'll draft up a brief so that everyone's on the same page and we know what our cues are.
When are we doing this?
As soon as possible, I guess. Back in the row.
There is one last factor to the plan. Have you been told of the trackers yet?
Trackers? Can't say I have.
Ayla and Richard, until about yesterday, had citywide trackers placed inside of them. But once they were within the borders, Avalon knew where they were.
I see.
They are currently removed, but kept on their persons.
Right.
So when that swap happens, Ayla will need to put hers on the corpse, and then Richard's will need to be discussed.
Yeah. I mean, once they're out of the city, it's only need a short window. So, if anything, it'll provide us cover that when they'll be believed to still be in the city when they're actually gone.
Indeed.
Simple solution for Ayla's side of things. Where was the tracker placed exactly?
I believe it
In the
was.
body.
Near the base of the neck. Roughly around the collarbone.
When we make the switch, unless I can
alright.
place it there.
Just you have to have an incision
right
and
in.
some stitches.
I can falsify those, I do believe. Make it look like there was there. Yes, yes.
Very good.
If we need a plausible reason for pulling Dr. Jensen away during a session, and this is, he's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Maybe through the grapevine, you heard that he got a little odd during my last session, and you thought it would be helpful for him to have access to anti-anxiety medicine during a session. And that could be the reason why he is pulled away.
Can you elaborate?
Mm-hmm.
You want me? You want to do it?
Well, I'll do it because it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal.
It's a big
We
deal.
were, no. We were in the water shrine doing therapy. His eyes started glowing red. He nearly jumped off the waterfall, and when I grabbed him, I nearly came with him. Off of it. Don't be angry. No. We're fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine.
I
We're
feel
fine.
a lot less bad about this plan now.
Johnny!
I do as
He's
well.
a victim in all of this too. Who knows what is going on? I just think that would be a plausible reason for maybe taking him away, saying, oh, they're adamant, they want you. But I think you should perhaps have these on you when this is happening. I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, okay? It was a great session. It really was. He did really good.
Yeah, I bet it was.
And yet, neither of you filed a report for this.
Well, there's
The
been
only
a lot
reason why
going
I
on.
found out is I just happened to be there when you two were arguing.
Well,
Else I probably never would have known.
to simply pass that out for the plan, you can put in an official report about this incident, and I can simply use it then.
Right.
He's
Would
not
solidify the
like
reason
in
for falling
trouble.
back.
Is he? That's what I was saying. I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble. I feel bad
Could
for
there
him.
be a talking to meeting, reprimanding him for behavior or some such? Make it a long, lengthy speech or something to keep him away. Give us enough time.
Oh, of course, I can make it lengthy. You needn't worry about that.
To be fair, he was not aware of what he was doing. I've been
It
wanting
doesn't
him to get a
exactly
brain
make it
scan.
better.
People make mistakes. It was an accident.
True, but being aware of these mistakes are how we grow as people. Even if he
Indeed.
did, he needs to understand that he did make it. And it's a good excuse to get him away.
This is true.
That's why I thought I would bring it up, but don't want him in trouble.
Has he had any other offenses at this point?
Not as of yet.
Not during a session, from what I understand.
Simple then. It can be an light slap on the wrist sort of thing, as the details were explained in great detail.
An official verbal warning.
Exactly.
Along those lines.
Indeed.
I didn't fall off the waterfall, though, so it's okay.
Well, I mean, clearly you're still here.
Yes.
And not as drenched.
true.
All right. Well, thank all of you for participating in this.
One final query. Do you both still work the clinic down here?
Indeed.
Correct. Are there any bodies in that clinic currently?
Yes. Are you simply inquiring about the
Good.
corpse you need?
Yes, because of the
I-
council's insistence that I do not go below, I can't gather my own corpses from below.
Indeed. I feel that the best route would be trying to procure one from the black market, as taking a corpse out from our clinic might draw ire from the city council.
True.
There's also the
suppose so,
morgue
then.
in the row. There's something there that's usable.
Very true. There is
Under your
also
control.
more bodies there as well.
And we don't have to worry about transporting it up from the Undercity that way.
True. Though we may need to deck our cameras to sneak the body out of the morgue, since there are cameras littered all over the clinic.
Very true.
If you need assistance in that, I can provide a decker.
Well, I don't believe a decker would be necessary, more just proper authoritative codes. I am head of security and I can alter my own footage.
Very well.
Alright. That could work. Get the body over after everything's clear.
I don't mean to. I want to reiterate before we go any further. If you're gonna get hurt, you're gonna get hurt, you're gonna get hurt, you're gonna get hurt. And you.
Oh, I'll be fine.
I can't. It's not worth it. So just, if something goes wrong, please, we can stop, okay?
Ayla, your family. I have to do everything I can.
Once we spring this, there's no real point of return. It's all in or nothing.
Exactly.
And I'm willing to go the distance to protect the two little ones there. Because I don't want to see the alternative happen.
Absolutely.
And Harper's right. Once we start trying to stop midway through, it only makes it more dangerous for everyone involved.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sorry it came to this then. But thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
Happy to help.
Alright, well, we should probably not leave here in a giant pack either. And,
Yes.
Mr. Sloan, I'd like a word in private, if possible.
Very well.
Why don't you two go ahead?
Sure.
Right, I'll head back to the staff room.
If you have any
Yes.
questions or need to practice on me for whatever reason today, let me know.
No need to practice quite yet. Just. Alright. Turn a little bit for me. Okay. I could pull that. And then medical history things we can probably talk out here.
First off, Mr. Sloan, I'd like to thank you for helping with this. And I just want to make one thing very clear. Our history hasn't always been the best. Ayla and Richard mean the world to me. If you in any way fuck us on this, I'll show you the meaning of symmetry. Do you understand me?
I do. I'm sorry, Mr. Falcone, for our past unpleasant interactions. I do very much understand your reservations, but I give you my word. I'm all in.
Understood. Again, thank you, and it's a start at least. Take care. Stay safe.
You as well. It suddenly became real. I always felt that this day would come, that they would leave at one point or another, but they're really going to be gone. They do deserve better than this. And so does Harper. Even if it means giving up myself, I'm not letting Harper go down as well. I will keep all of you safe. I swear it. Confound it all.
Hair color, skin color. However, my only concern is the horn.
Would you
That should be
like
enough
to
notes there.
mess with it at all?
Not quite yet. I'm just trying to think how, if we want to hide the horn, maybe and keep it intact back and under the hair. I could do that. Potentially still keep it as part of a circle, a ring, but
Perhaps,
do you know if
part of the hairstyle
shrinking it?
itself?
Maybe. I could also make it so the hair is around the root on the top half, covering it so that way it's easier to conceal. Does shrinking it or... well, actually, just shrinking it, would that harm anything or do anything?
From what I understand, it's the separation of the ring itself that is what causes the problem. Not so much because we all have different shapes and sizes, and some have, like, you know, embellishments and whatever. It's when the consistency, the peacefulness of the ring is disturbed that problems come up.
Okay, then I could change the size, make it smaller to fit more with your head shape, and then do like I said before and make the hairline above it, give it proper framing there, and then... No, I think that would work. Hell, people wouldn't be able to tell you any different from an elf after I'm done.
Well, that's good then. Get to keep a couple of my qualities, so you won't forget who I am.
I mean, you'll likely be able to still feel it in her hair. along the back of the head, maybe.
Oh, that's gonna be.
I'm going to. I know but it's the best way I can think of to hide it under the hair, so it's not immediately visible. But it will still be there, so you can still do what you normally do. What about the little gem or the little spot there at the forehead?
This is actually, if you get close enough, and she like kind of tugs it a little bit. It's like have you ever seen like an embedded piercing on somebody before, where it's got like the dock inside that's like a huge square? It's basically that. So they like cut it and then they put it in. So, and it's like completely healed, almost like an ear piercing. Like, so it has like, it's like a weird little like thing in there, but it is like a huge cut. So like you would have to be mindful of that.
That's intriguing. Would that want to stay?
Well, it means a lot, but
if you'd like to, it can.
I don't think it
We
should,
can keep
though.
it. If that's what you wish, so be it.
But perhaps I can keep it when we're done, though. Maybe turn it into a ring.
Oh, of course. That would be a nice little ring. It's a wonderful idea, honestly. Let's see. Actually, honestly, the more I look at you, the more I'm liking the elf idea.
What?
Fairer, a little less pink, a little more beige. I could potentially coax a different pigment in the hair.
My eyes, maybe?
No. Your eyes would be an easy one to do as well. Not sure what color I'd go with, though. Any preference? Color you like, maybe? Color he likes, maybe?
Is there a color you like?
I mean, if we're going to be changing her anyway to facilitate all of this, it's best to have both of your opinions and come to an agreement.
If I did
So I'm
have
both
one
comfortable with
opinion,
that you're both alright.
my mother had blue eyes, but I got my dad's eyes.
Blue. Alright. I could do that. Just a little shift in the pigments. Alright, let me...
You alright, Mr. Sloan? Just waiting to lock up?
I'm alright.
Apologies if I'm taking too long.
No, not at all.
I'm just
Continue.
making sure to make notes for the procedure.
Indeed.
Okay. I think I have everything then.
Well, I'll let you finish up if there's a conversation here. I have to pee again. Something's wrong with me. I'll be right back.
Oh dear.
I think it's due to the pregnancy.
Probably is.
Has Miss
With the bladder
Ayla
and whatnot being so close.
given the details that the CEO gave? The things that he noticed in particular?
From what we could remember, to be honest, I was in such a state of rage, barely keeping myself under control, hearing the things he was saying about her like she was some sort of item.
Indeed. I had to take dictation at the time, so I have the written descriptions.
Who, pray tell, is this person you're speaking of?
The new planetary CEO of Avalon, Mr. Joré Fitzgerald.
Oh.
He is a skilled xenobiologist.
Oh, I see. And I take it he got a good look at her.
Indeed. He seemed to have an eye for it. He could pick out several things just by looking. He noticed that there was swelling around the ears that hinted at pregnancy. He also noticed that she seemed to keep her hands around her abdomen, suggesting a past injury.
Yeah, I know what that happened. She got shot last year. Negligent discharge of a firearm in her gut.
By who?
I don't think they're around anymore.
I see.
Interesting. We'll have to keep an ear out for this one.
Sorry.
Indeed.
But if that is all, I will take my leave and leave you all to it.
Very well. Thank you, Vanessa.
Of
Yeah,
course.
thank you very much.
Anytime.
We
Most
wouldn't-
appreciated.
I don't even know how we'll ever repay you. Really.
Simple. Continue to live your lives away from all of this.
Think we can
That's
do that?
payment enough.
Too kind. We'll try.
And maybe if you somehow caught a picture of Augustine grimacing, that might also be a cherry on top. Just in case. Not necessary, just in case. Maybe he stubbed his toe or some god didn't give him the right coffee. I don't know.
We'll see what we can do about that.
We'll see.
No, not necessary, of course. I joke, I kid. But do take care of yourselves after all of this.
We'll do our best.
Thank you so
Good.
much.
Of course. Sloan, we'll be in touch.
Indeed.
I have to go make sure the Undercity isn't burning. Or it is in some places.
True.
Right.
You doing okay? I'm so sorry for everything.
Would you be willing to sit for a moment, both of you?
Of course.
Sure.
Hit a trick or turn off?
Kitty, you have to share. I Sorry. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay. Hold on.
Angry spirit cats.
I was unaware there were such things down here.
I've heard brief mention.
They're very cute, the spirit cats, you know. They just can be very demanding about what they want.
Most cats are. I'm sure even spirit ones follow the same suit.
Indeed. But, I suppose it's all just finally hitting me that it's actually happening.
Yeah, it does seem pretty surreal.
In a short amount of time, I may never see you again.
Yeah. I thought about that too. I don't think I got much sleep last night.
I'm truly thankful for all the times that you both have been around. Not just when you were useful to the corporation, but when you were there as genuine caring people.
I appreciate that.
You've meant a lot to us too, you know. I know we've had also the ups and downs, but
Yeah, we butted heads a couple of times, and I don't think I'll ever forget what happened right after the kidnapping incident.
Indeed.
But we've come a long way since then.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You've helped us more than you can ever imagine.
I am glad that you're involved. One thing that, when I originally heard Johnny's plan was... I mean, not to mention that you were supposed to not be told, but you would eventually know, but... You were made to never know. And that hurt. And I wanted you to.
I'm glad that things didn't play out that way.
Oh boy. It's gonna be a difficult day.
I hope that nothing happens to you. I don't want anyone to get in trouble.
I don't think anything too grand should happen to me or Harper. Well, at least to me. I don't think the loss of one slave being sold will be a significant enough harm to be fired. But Harper's failure in that regard may have stronger punishment.
About that.
Well, the Wyverns will help protect her, I'm sure.
I hope so.
And I will as well. Even if it takes me giving up my own position, Harper deserves better.
Harper's been nothing but wonderful to us the entire time we've been here.
It's true.
I'm gonna miss them coming into the shop when I still owned it, getting their Gap Cube every morning.
The strawberry one.
Always strong.
And I will miss seeing both of you every day.
Like I said, I know that we started out rocky, but when I first came to Hellion, I had nobody. I only had myself and trying to learn to trust people, and I was always happy to see you.
I suppose not. Always, at every point.
If I'm being honest, Mr. Sloan, though, I was. It's a hard. It's odd. It's hard to explain. I think that I knew that we would come back here one day to where we are.
That means more than you know.
Good. Because I mean it. I do.
I think for a while I've struggled to fully understand this new state of caring. It's something that for most of my life was very alien. I never really had friends. But what you said yesterday, I believe, really helped me realize. You had said that it was because of that guilt and that want to change that it does really matter.
I believe it. And I feel it. I feel it from you, not just to us. I see what you do for others. I see how hard you try. I see how hard you hurt. Realizing all of this difference now. Feeling all of this difference. The heart, it really is a heavy burden, Mr. Sloan, but it's worth it. And we love you for it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one last thing I wanted to say is I never mentioned it. Well, it did happen, but I'm sorry, Richard, that I used your past against you. And I'm sorry that I forced you to make the things that you ran away from.
I appreciate that. Really, I do. My past is very checkered, and it was terrible that I had to do that again and repeat the same mistakes that I've done. All those people dying on that ship when that court went up hit me pretty hard.
Indeed.
But what's done is done. We're in another chapter now.
That we are.
And it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you for staying behind and speaking with us.
Yeah.
Of course.
I also feel we don't have long.
I was afraid that this might be the last time that we could truly say goodbye.
Yeah.
It might be. It's very hard, knowing that, but knowing that we also can't tell a lot of other people.
Indeed.
I just think of all the people who are going to wonder what happened.
Well, they'll never know, but I hope they'll forgive us.
Yeah. Gonna be hard starting new all over again. Well, at least we'll have each other.
Again. But although this life was full of its ups and downs, and its ending in ups and downs, it was so much more than I ever thought I'd get again. And if it has to be this way, then I'll have, quote unquote, died happy. Very happy.
Yeah. Got tears all over your face.
I know. Can't help it.
Well, hopefully, you won't have to cry so much soon. Seems like that's all you've been doing lately.
well, if it all ends up how we want it, it'll mostly be tears of missing my friends. Like you, Mr.
Yeah, it's
Sloan.
gonna take a little while to get used.
Indeed. But just remember that even those that don't know about the plan coming, all of us are happy that both of you will be in a much better place.
Yeah.
In the future, when we tell the girls about our friends, I'll be sure to refer to you as Uncle Sloan.
I like the sound of that. Uncle Sloan.
Thank you both.
Yes. Yeah. Before we go, sir, I'd like to shake your hand.
Of course.
Thank you for everything.
And you. Okay, and thank you. Truly.
Yeah. You're alright.
Thank you. And I'll miss you both.
Good to see you smile. Don't see that too
Right?
often.
Indeed.
Well, I think we've been in here long enough. Should we, mosey on then?
Indeed. I believe you two should go before me. Give some time in between.
Sure.
Oh. Sounds good. I hope no one sees us coming out of the door.
And
That'll
goodbye.
be, awkward.
Just in case.
Indeed.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you both.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. It's already sad. I'm making it worse. we can
All
go.
right. Let's go.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Goodbye, Mr. Sloan.
Goodbye. And so it goes. The older me would have cried and cursed, and said that it would have never been worth it for the loss. But it's been worth it every step of the way. And I'd do it again. I hope you both have the best life that you could ever have. But now it's time for business. There's a clinic to run, and people to save. Guess Harper already went out. Time for the communicator. There's still so much left of the day. Whew. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick 5 minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll see what else we can get up to today. So I'll see you in just a moment, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. And we're back. I knew this place would come in handy. Let's see what else is up to today. Very quiet. Strangely quiet.
Sloan, are you around or available at the moment?
Yes, I'm available. I'm at the clinic.
I'll be there in a moment. I have a simple question to ask.
Very well.
Alrighty. I had Amelia come to me, and they seem to be doing some research. They seem to be looking for mana-baned individuals. I didn't bring up your name, but I don't know if you'd be able to assist them in whatever it is they want. Not sure. Didn't get to that.
I'll try to pry into it, and depending I might assist, but I'll keep it secret for now.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked through our database and no one else really came up, but it could be a good show of faith, I guess. Maybe we can get something out of it if we assist them with something, but that's entirely up to you, because I know that shit's pretty rough. Not sure exactly what they intend to test, but it could be something simple.
Very curious.
Indeed.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
No problem.
What does she want with Mana Bane? I wonder if any of the eating establishments are open. Of course, with the Undercity's track record, most likely not. Of course, the only last shot is the cafe. That was the last thing I needed. Another sad reminder.
Fenris was a guide, a mentor, a friend, and to be honest, the
So a few more
only
happening.
father-like figure I've had in my life. He scolded me when I messed up, but always was there to pull me out just as I fell. He taught me to live smarter, to be kinder, and to hold those I cherish close. Before I came to the Undercity and met all of you, I was out of luck, out of time, and out of options. Everything in my life seemed hopeless, and I felt I had lost this game of life. Though I was blessed with being found by Fenris. He took me in, gave me a home, and he inspired me to live. Not how others saw me, but as I saw myself. I wanted to be, and who I wanted to be remembered as. I took the new courage he gave me and found my place here. I would not be here without Fenris. He was an ally I never had, a friend I couldn't have asked more from, and a mentor I learned hope from. And he was a father who cared for me when no one else would. I will miss Fenris, though I hope he brings us all new hope now, as he did in life. That he will be remembered through us, and that we learn from him. That though life gets dark, muddled, and impossible to navigate, as long as we keep moving forward with hope, the world will get brighter. If anyone else would like to come pay their respects to Fenris, you may do so now.
It's a plant.
What?
May you be with those
Wait here.
and may you rest.
Oh, this.
Wanna go?
Just say a short prayer and then we can leave.
All right.
You may come close to the entryway if you wish to observe.
It is a word
Thank you for
I
having
wouldn't
me.
use
I
to
am leaving now.
describe a lot of people.
Apologies.
I think it takes
Just fine.
a special kind of soul
I was wondering if you were here or not.
to earn that.
Oh.
Fenris
I see.
was a good man. Sacrificing more than the world's share. I've had the honor to work with him. And I hope I can, along with all of us, try and follow the example he set. Thank you.
I don't really know Fenris too much. Mainly just in passing and just brief talks here and there with him when we did meet up, but at least for those brief moments, he seemed like quite a selfless character, if anything else. Don't really see that very often nowadays, if anything else. So it's a little bit of a trait I have to respect, as it's looking for a lot of people is not an easy task to do. And I'm sure a lot of people appreciate that, if anything else. At least spend some time helping those that he can.
I know most of y'all don't know me, but I knew Fenris. He's one of the few people I had the pleasure of calling an ally. Actually, more so a comrade. I'll be sure to finish his hunt. I'll promise you that.
Session's a bit fun. She may have stepped on it. You want to get a better look.
If there is nothing more, I know many of you did not know him, but I thank you all again for coming here today. We will now bury him here in this grove, in the home that he once had. And I ask that maybe you come by sometime, leave a flower, and take a little bit of that hope he left us with you. Now let me help bury him up. Oh, the panic's spitting. I need help burying him, please. Thank you.
Hi. Good day.
People, hooligans, that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, sorry, just walked right through you. Didn't you mean to bump into you, buddy? But, like, right down there, by the tram. Right by the tram? There might be a signal there.
I suppose it makes sense to see the two of them together. Too much changes in just a few months. There was a time when there was a sense of at least some jovialness. It feels like now it's just a time of mourning. And not just for only one death.
Howdy.
Hi there. How goes it?
It
Good
goes.
enough, I suppose.
Just held the eulogy.
Yeah, it's never a good day when you've got to put someone down under.
Not when
Well,
it's a friend.
honestly, yeah. Can't ask for too many better places to be buried on this planet.
Yeah.
Take care, Trig.
Take care, Alice and Sloan.
You as well.
Well, how you doing?
I can't even lie. I'm not doing well. Just feels like one thing after
Something
another.
recent, or
Things
just
just keep getting worse.
Yeah. To be fair, I guess planet is called Hellion.
I
Just helps
suppose.
sometimes.
Are you doing all right,
I
Harper?
guess all I can do in the end is just... Can't really say I am.
Oh, but then, I saw Bandy earlier
Not
in the grove.
been the
Yes,
greatest.
find him. Yes,
I mean, at some point things gotta get better, right?
Supposedly.
Oh, so he might be over there.
Just gotta grit your teeth and endure it, right?
Already here.
Indeed. I don't suppose you'd be interested in getting a drink later.
Sure, I could use one to be honest.
Hopefully the tavern will open.
Yeah, I haven't seen it open in quite a while. But again, and maybe even the cafe will open. I don't know if they serve alcohol or not, but
I believe they do.
anything will do at this point.
Indeed. But I feel that we should just have a toast to the good times.
Yeah. Because come tomorrow or the day after, not sure how soon this is going to be going off, but things could go bad. Very bad. It's hard to say where we'll end up. And speaking on that, I have made it. It's ready to be administered.
Very good.
So we can...
Thank you.
Yeah, so we can give her a supply when the time is right, and we'll have a supply ready for the other thing.
Perfect.
It is a relief, knowing that at least that part's done, and we'll at least succeed in our first objective.
Very true. Felt like it was only a brief time when that was the more pressing point of concern.
Yeah. Now we just gotta make sure we make it out okay.
Indeed. I do want you to know
That
that,
seems like a solid plan.
regardless of how things turn out, I will try my best to make sure that things do go well for you.
Thank you, Sloan. I'm not sure what kind of ire might be brought down on me by the new head, but time will tell. I don't think it'd be too terrible.
I don't think so either. The loss of a single
I just hope.
slave of that nature shouldn't be too much of a loss. But it's more the
Yeah.
other factors.
Where'd the poach go?
It's more about the side we haven't seen yet. More vindictive side that people high in power could have.
Hey, we're going.
Indeed.
With everybody else. Go with Leo.
But we have also proven our worth.
Yep, we're going. Abel.
Oh, okay. They're right there.
He knows what he'd be
How much
losing.
we have?
We're going to the necropolis real quick.
Indeed.
Unless you.
The necropolis? Like the spider bug thing?
Hey, Abel. Did you want to head down there? Yes, or should I do it?
I'm gonna make sure how many people.
Guess they're gonna kill that giant spider thing
They
down
said we
there.
need at least one medical expert,
Hmm.
so it's, you know, it's either you or
I
me.
was wondering about that.
Yeah, don't click
Yeah,
it,
with,
be careful.
with you going, Abel, we've got enough. No more than us.
Hello, hello.
That explains.
So you're going with. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Gotcha. Let me just.
Hello, Miss Love.
Yes, that should be effective against the undead if they come. So, also make sure
You were invited to witness the service as well.
To see how it works against them.
I had only actually heard that it was happening
Yes,
after it had started,
perfect.
so I wasn't
Yes.
able to see the very start of it.
Oh, and pick any Shikanoka UFO. There we go.
I just kind of wandered in.
Indeed.
Though I was there first because I actually had to show the person carrying the body where the grove was. They didn't know.
Liev, I don't think she wants to go over the bridge because of the water.
I can go the long way. I can meet you guys there.
Yeah, meet us there. We're gonna head down. I think we got everyone.
Okay.
Alright, we're ready to head over. They're gonna take the long way because I guess she doesn't like the water.
Oh, yeah.
Are y'all heading down?
Miss.
Sorry.
Yep. I'll be right there.
Good luck and stay safe.
Abel, do you have the runes with you?
I got one rune.
I think the professor was gonna give you some runes.
Yeah, he just gave me this one.
Okay.
If he was gonna give me more, then he hasn't.
I'm not sure. He just said he was gonna give you something. So if he got it.
I don't know. Yeah, I got it. But I need materials.
Head over.
Maybe I'll wait on that. Let them mourn properly. How you taking?
Though the machines down here aren't quite as sophisticated as the row, I suppose I could try to continue some of my research in the other branches now that I have some free time.
Indeed.
Got a few things I could check up on. Because depending on how it goes down there, we could be busy very soon.
Very true.
I guess I'll use the time I got now to crunch some numbers. I'll catch up with you later for that drink.
Indeed. Good luck.
I can't wait. Use one.
I know we take it all in different ways. Yeah, couch broke through with your weight. Sorry to hear that, but still. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not wasting them with doing them scraps, but pretty surely
worries, no worries. What about you, Ravuli? How are you feeling about this entire situation? What is your plan in the Undercity now?
I don't know. Cynthia checked on her, but never
I'm fine.
realized
She kind of told me to wait here.
Never realized you were that close with him. Guess that explains some of your actions.
Everyone being sad and stuff, you know, makes me sad. So I'm just kind of absorbing the moment. You said you do them?
Yep, used to fighting together on occasion.
Well, you said you lost everyone that was, comrades with them.
Was it die? Maybe I could find Lead. Though I won't be able to confide, at least I can take my mind off of things.
I didn't try anything. I did nothing.
Interesting group. Though they're most likely friends.
No, I just don't like it when fuckfaces mess with food. Plenty of starving orphans back in Inner City don't need someone serving fucked up
Pardon
food to
me?
people neither.
Right then. Oh, excuse me, sir. All good. No, I can get behind that. That's how I feel about the waste as well.
Worth a shot.
Head over towards the fire district. Yes, yeah. Bye. I'm just saying, sorry, you didn't have to come back. I was just saying goodbye. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to waste your time.
There's just too much going on.
Stop looking so goddamn like tired and lonely.
Sorry.
What are you brooding?
I don't suppose you have a moment.
I do. I'm gonna have to go get food though. What'd you need?
Well, I feel like I just need to talk to a friend.
Oh, well, I can do that. I was worried you're gonna tell me to go whack somebody.
No, thankfully not today. How have things been with you, Leah?
I got punched by Miss Lilith. I guess she really likes Amber or invested in her. Because I tried to teach her how I was raised, which is through the brutal and punchy way. That didn't work. I tried to get her fighter instincts kicking in, but she was too sad for that. I probably have to do that another day.
I see.
She's having a hard time lighting herself back on fire, so she feels like she's depressed. He saw it. He's running away. That guy's a bartender from the wasteland. But other than that, I mean, I successfully captured a bug, so I'm feeling a little bit more confident in my abilities. It's been a very long time since I've hunted.
Ah, right, about that. I
mostly meant just exterminations.
didn't quite get the updates as to why there were the 2 bugs in my clinic.
2? I mean, I brought 1. That was alive and chained up. I don't know where the second one came from. That wasn't me.
I believe that was Liev.
guess he ate it. I don't know.
They were both alive, I believe.
I think I gave him some of charred meat. I gave him one, so that's a correction out of character. I don't know where the second one came from. He's probably thinking the
Well,
pear,
from two
because they
different
have, like,
people.
two
You
pairs
brought
of
one,
flying
and then
bugs.
Lev got another, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, so I mean, luckily I didn't shoot it this time. Me and Lynn beat it half to death, then froze it. But I borrowed it before. I don't even know if you have access to those things.
To which
I got a crowd
things?
grenade from. I got a crowd grenade from Agent Frost, so he wants me to help him out. And I don't know. That seems relatively cheap. It worries me. I don't know. Maybe this is how people feel when I give them things and I don't really ask for much. Because he wants to go on a scrapping run, so I'm like, for a crowd grenade? That's some. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Fair enough.
I don't even know where to buy those damn things. I'm like, I don't know how Astro's giving y'all some better allowances than me.
Well, they do have contracts with all the corporations.
Well, I thought we get the fun toys. Like 10 years ago, we apparently
Well,
HTR to go handle HTR.
indeed, but the most fun toys are to each corporation. You can't give your best of the best to anyone.
That's what the sightings say.
Who's that? Actually,
The red man, I mean, we can kind of talk a little bit loud about this. It's not a big deal. The one with the white mask and the red accent.
gotcha.
White mask, red accent. What? Am I missing something? Alright, I'll keep that details for later. I'll figure something else. Of course, the upper city people have some issues down here. But yes, other than that, it's pretty much fine. Capture the bug, you can do whatever experiments or research you want on it. Now it's alive and not dead. Hopefully that helps figure out if I can find some better things to protect myself in that cave when I go. Well, you all deal with it.
Indeed. Thank you.
Otherwise, avoiding melancholy.
And how do you do that?
Hey, if anything. Trying to be chipper. Not try to be too much around, like, funerals. Which reminded me of the things I wish I could have done.
That's fair.
I don't even think I should be alive right now, but I can't say much. I mean, I can do this. We'll see if this helps to the capacity. Let's see. Yeah, I might need to tune this a bit, but we'll see what I can do with it. What's a good mood for this? It's softer than what I usually play, but it's a calm day.
I like it.
I learned this from somebody I was traveling with. Not really a home song.
Bravo.
Appreciate it. That's what I do in my downtimes, because sometimes I can't really shoot something, so I gotta do something more creative.
Indeed. You are good at it.
I appreciate it. Been playing it since I was back in Omaha 6. Shared it with my brother.
How is your brother?
Better place.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. It wasn't. Yeah, he's in a better place. I mean, sometimes I just have to think about how much I've inherited his dream. I mean, well, he succeeded in making Omaha a little bit better, but he didn't see the end of it.
My condolences.
It was a long time ago, but it's appreciated. It happened when we were kids. But now's not the time to dwell on death. I appreciate who's still around. Make sure they keep on kicking.
Indeed.
Don't be too dour yourself. Like I said, you're over here looking like you're brooding. Appreciate you calling me up.
Indeed. I suppose in the future I'll just need to have some more of those pointers on how to be more chipper.
It'd be hard for you. I mean, you gotta smile at least. That helps. I mean, you can't tell that I'm smiling in here, but yes, I try to at least keep a positive inflection in my voice. There's just more businessman, but they can tell. I mean, hang around Ayla more, you might learn something. Whatever she's going through right now. Hope the kids are alright.
Thank you, though, Lead.
No problem. All in a day's work for your friendly neighborhood mercenary. I guess you could say your cowboy friend. Nothing's burnt down yet, so I think things are going fine. I gotta go get some more food before she fucking gets hungry. She doesn't think she can eat, but I'm pretty sure she can. Probably as much as appetite as Alice. That's a bad thing.
I suppose.
See you soon.
Take care. Maybe it would have been better if I wasn't part of the plan. No, that's nonsense. So then I couldn't have said goodbye. Even though it may hurt more. But it's worth it. Now, come on. You've been doing this for years. It's not the first time you've dealt with bad times. do to just be moping about. It's right. Chin up, Sloan. Chin up. And perhaps today won't be all bad.
Oh, well, I guess that's convenient. I think I got, like, whiplash from my goddamn deja vu. They're looking for you to, well, one of you. They're going to see the clinic for a checkup.
Ah, all right.
Better not be anything bad. Oh, there you go.
Hello, hello.
I heard you were brooding. But also we were looking for you.
What did you need?
Avalon business might want to talk in private.
Very well.
Confidentiality kind of thing.
Right here. Right into the clinic then.
Yeah.
Very well. Right this way.
Okay. Speaking of. Man, the grading's always really difficult.
Excuse me.
I'm walking. This is like everyone's in so much of a rush nowadays.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Right here.
Well, first things first. Do you still want that incident report written up that we discussed earlier?
I believe that should be done when things happen.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure a time frame on that.
That way it can be the day of.
Okay. Makes sense. And you?
Well, I'm only a little worried it won't be processed. But the incident now can be reviewed. That's how you are able to help him.
Fair, but typically things are a bit quicker down here. Not as weighed down by bureaucracy as up top.
Sure. Do you think we could pre-do it and just have it ready?
Certainly.
Oh, do we have like a terminal or something I can use? Or...
Indeed. Typically, if you were to make a report about this kind of thing, you can either go to the Avalon website, or we could personally file it here.
All right. Well, that's true, I suppose.
Also, I'm due for a standard Avalon checkup. If anyone would like to
Very well.
take any tests of anything.
I can get Harper.
Harper's here.
Speak of the devil.
I heard you were looking for me.
Indeed. We'll be needing a standard checkup.
Very well. You'll,
Okay.
Gotta make sure I carefully word this.
How do I am wrapped up. Oh, I'm gonna fall.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Where we are. Easy now.
And shoelaces can be, pretty brutal.
They're the worst. Okay. Do I look at all like I'm in a chair?
More a bed.
Yes, actually.
Hooray!
am at a month in my pregnancy that it might be worth taking a blood test.
I see.
Yep, I'm just waiting for the gods to grace us.
So, what have you guys been up to today?
Not too much.
Well, I finished synthesizing the drug to help you. Once I get that put into prescription-based sizes, dosages, and bottles, then should be able to get that to you very soon. Maybe even tomorrow morning at the earliest.
Well, I'm glad that something is good to go. I appreciate all your help.
No problem. And I suppose I'll also take a small bit to make sure that this drug is everything it's not thought to be, but from everything I've seen, it seems like it's doing the perfect job. But a fresh sample wouldn't be too bad to test on the drug.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Might be a little bit, though. I believe there's a lot of business going on down below.
Right.
Oh no, I have bad timing. So?
Yep.
Did you have a good Krilk mess?
Oh, it was wonderful. I drank 6 cartons of Krilk, 2 cartons of Gilk, and I even mixed Krilk with the bite down in the wasteland, and I felt terrible.
Well,
When I was overdosing on Krilk and the diamond, and you were able to do all that.
I'm built different.
Yeah.
fair enough.
True.
Interesting way to put it, but yeah. Well, that looks good to me.
We could always RP say did it, and then when they find you, you get your results then.
Get the results then, 'cause it would take time to do the results anyway, right? So go ahead and draw your blood.
Yeah, go take it. You just need
really, not really sure what the roll would tell me anyway. It's just like how much I can see, I guess, but. And once I get the test results, I'll synthesize the new drug in there and make sure it takes well, and once that is complete, we'll be ready to bottle up.
Hooray! Thank you. I really appreciate it and all the help
No
for
problem.
everything.
Of course.
Well, I guess we'll be on our way. Nothing else.
Very well.
All right.
I'll get the door.
We'll keep you updated.
Thank you. You put your report in online?
I sure did. Submitted it a few minutes ago while you were busy.
All right. Sounds good.
Hope everything should be in order.
Take care.
See you around.
Thank you.
See you later.
Where did you pick that up?
Oh, the cafe was open, so I picked up a bottle in case Southland's open later.
Ah, is it still open?
I believe so.
Well, I think I might go right over before it closes.
Yeah, you never know. Have you had a chance to speak with Miss Amelia yet?
I've not. She's been busy.
Ah. As she is.
Oh dear.
Oh, I felt that too. Whew.
Hmm.
Must be the gas pressure in these different chambers, I guess. Got lightheaded.
Must be.
But still, if you do come by
I
the
mean,
wasteland,
God damn it! I
and
mean,
you do
you know what? This works.
get
Whatever.
yourself that drink,
All right.
Cynthia.
I might need two.
First drink's on me. Don't worry, kid.
All right.
Gotta make sure to celebrate properly.
Oh,
I'm hoping to be the first to try the Fenner's Agnar.
Oh, there you go. Back here, you.
Absolutely. I'll be sure
He
to
has
do
a
the best
piece of
one.
beef hanging off his knife. I don't have a plate.
Might even put some real alcohol in it.
Thank you.
Oh damn!
Any case,
Might have to get two for her, but I'll have to get her later.
Well, where did this come from?
I can safely say
Off
seeing
planet.
how you treat these people, well, how you treat
Hmm.
yourself.
Very impressive. Thank you.
I ordered it so I can actually make something closer to home. So should do at least
Any case,
a little bit
bartender's got a job
where
to
it
do,
tastes.
so thanks for the drink. Coffee was amazing.
Get the meat off their table.
And you, thanks for the steak. Ah, Sloan. By the way, did your friend, did he find you well?
I have not found them yet. Still looking.
Oh, by all means. I remember I told someone who sounded like the name of your friend to come check in with you, but I guess he might have not showed up yet. So, I'll be sure to keep on looking then.
Very well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day, sir.
You too.
Doc?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Get some of this too.
Hello.
He basically has a big rib
Do you have any good lunch items?
slapped over his shoulder and wrapped. All right, hold on. Let me go cut you.
I got a couple. I got paella, ramen, burger and fries, carne asada, fish and chips, fish tacos, dumplings, and croquettes. I got lots. Fuck, my
think the
stomach's
ramen.
coming out again. God damn. Ramen, okay, I got you.
Perhaps with a side of green tea.
Fusion ramen. With a side of green tea. Okay. That'll be 1400.
Thank you.
Ooh, I hate this little step stool. It's killing me. I used to love it in another viewpoint.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, the rest of this is going to Ember. She hasn't eaten much
There you are.
in 2 days, even though she's had like 46 small
that is
meals.
Thank you. I'll have it ready in a little bit.
Here.
Indeed.
You want that to be a target?
Just gave it to me. I was just,
Of course.
sharpening it.
I'm not gonna judge Leah and his large meat, alright?
Okay, this is for the person who's on fire, okay? This is a large
Thank you.
slab of rib. I bought it fair and square and cooked it properly. I don't want to hear no judgment.
Right. I said I'm not judging.
Oh, wait.
I said I'm not gonna judge you with your large meat.
Nothing's going for you guys.
It goes. It's been a day.
Another day, yeah.
Frank hurt his ego earlier. It was quite something.
I don't suppose you'd have some time to catch up later.
I do. Hopefully, maybe later in the day. But
Of course.
I'd love to chat.
And thank you for the
Yeah,
meal.
later's always a scary thing in this city.
All too true.
From one minute to the next, you know what's gonna happen.
Is this booth open?
It's a fancy booth. Yeah, I think anyone can use it.
Hey, howdy.
Much more comfy.
If I could get a coffee and some dumplings, and maybe a bowl of ramen, that'd be perfect.
Ah, this is so much better.
As it is, these look very comfy.
Oh, they are.
Ooh,
It's like a couch.
now that's a seat.
Mm-hmm.
2,000.
Well, thanks to Liet, I can now try sampling ramen with a big old piece of steak in it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's an interesting take on it.
Thank you.
Hmm.
The hard critics.
I just ate 3 ribs he gave me. Some giant rack of meat he was holding.
Ah.
Pretty good. Had some pretty good spicy seasoning on it.
Very good. You're also slightly too far back in your chair.
At least I can start you off with your gun.
There you are. Your face was being enveloped by the cushioned fabric.
It's just that soft. It just sucks you right in.
It is?
Indeed.
Caffeination?
Hmm.
It's like a drug.
Caffeine's addictive?
You just can't beat the Undercity food.
Highly.
Huh.
Yeah. It has that home-cooked meal kind of vibe to it.
Good thing it's delicious.
Indeed.
Especially here, I think they got some really fancy stuff from Geb.
Hmm.
Since they had Gebs on the menu, so they must have some more higher tier food delivered, I suppose.
Hmm. Interesting.
Miss? You?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I guess you mix some good ingredients with some homegrown stuff, you get some pretty good results, I suppose.
What do you need?
I suppose.
I'm scared of your broom.
Runa sounds busy as always.
Why are you scared of
Indeed.
What do you want?
I suppose it would be a strange day if it wasn't.
Miss
Oh,
Rona! Miss Rona!
There she goes.
Oh, Lord.
I'm gonna cry now.
Oh dear.
That's not that scary.
Those are some fancy synthetics.
Indeed.
Curious.
I already ate today. I ate a burger. Somebody asked me if my hands were clean.
Well done.
And I said yes, so they handed me a burger.
I can confirm I did see her eating a burger while sprinting.
Happy fucking birthday! And give you
Oh.
a hug.
And we just...
I kind of forgot it was my birthday.
Birthday?
Need to get that.
It's happy birthday! Don't shout it, don't shout it!
Happy birthday!
I'm okay.
She's running.
It's a really shitty birthday.
Happy birthday.
Come here.
Oh dear.
You already got like 300.
Maybe.
Gift's gonna be a little late, but it'll get
Hey,
to you.
I got you some dumplings. They're sitting on the table over there.
I needed a good meal.
That'll work for me.
And that steak is incredibly well done.
I'll give you your present by the end of the day for sure. I will do it. I will do it.
Hey, Victor.
Delightful.
I'm gonna be
How you
charging
liking your
for the
present?
next 2 fucking hours.
Beauty.
It's okay. It's
Actually able to hold it. Heavy. Real good.
yes, Miss
I'm glad you like it. If you ever need shells for it, you know where to find me.
Addie.
I actually was looking for Runa. I
okay.
didn't realize
What do you
they
mean?
were Runa.
What do you mean, Patton? It's fine.
Hello.
I'll tell you happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Also, I got you a present.
What? You didn't have to do
It's
that.
it's like a kind of like fluffy-ish jacket, kind of like Alice likes to wear. But it's like a different print.
Thank you.
Something if it gets cold.
Birthday today?
It is.
Apologies.
Someone.
Take it easy.
Oh no. Oh, why? Why would you do this to me?
Hey, it's Runa's birthday. Wish them a happy
Before I give
birthday.
you your birthday present,
1 second. Hang on, I'm sorry.
Right, all the doom and gloom, I'd almost forgotten.
Sorry.
Indeed. I'm afraid with all of it I have forgotten.
I didn't realize you were Runa. Sorry. I want to talk to the council about something.
I'm sure it's been a busy few days.
Alright.
Too
I just
busy.
wanted to offer my services to them. I'm Jensen
I'll
Blake.
poke my head in. I don't
psychologist
want to
based
ruin
in
no
Monroe.
conversation.
Come on in.
I wanted to just
We're fine.
offer my
Just
services
relaxing.
to the Undercity. I'm also researching
Okay.
You're gonna need it.
magic. And it's a fact
I'm here to help.
Sorry. Oh, get behind my
Oh.
fucking counter.
Okay. I don't know where things are.
That seems to have negative effects
Huh.
on people's minds. So I just
Yes.
wanted to
Keep
Here.
stuff.
Give
That's
me
an
a
issue.
second. I'm gonna
You might
throw
need to
I'm
open
gonna
your
throw you
hand
in
and then
the
like
menu. Give me a
press the
second, I gotta
button
come back here.
and fix
Were
the
you
thing.
going to work with us and that you were doing this
Was gonna
research?
come help out? I can't
Well, we
believe
have
it.
access to
Oh,
the
you know.
public library.
We're not
and
going-
our
we're not going
laws on
in.
Magic every morning.
No,
and we
I'm just
update
kidding.
So if you'd like to attend any of those,
I'm
that'd be
searching
great.
around
I'll
down there
let the other
too,
council
see if I
people
can't
know.
find one.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
She's
Serena's over there.
Happy birthday.
Well, Sam,
Okay.
she doesn't
Just
like
seeing if I can
she doesn't
find
like
myself.
loud crowds and loud people. So if you're
It has meal prices.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Whatever.
you could pass.
Looks like.
I'm back. Yeah, come with me. I'm alive.
Okay.
Most
So
people,
sorry.
it's not very important.
No, you're okay.
I don't
Okay.
think we should have any problems. I've
Dexter's
been
gonna bring her
with
over here.
everyone, But yeah.
Okay.
You sure that's a good?
Hmm.
You sure that's a good idea?
Would it be okay if later I call on your
I haven't
radio
really
to meet up?
Miss
I
Runa.
got a lot of
Certainly.
places to be.
She seems. She
Sure.
sounds like she's.
Be sure to get back to you. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I
They
know
had to
people have
send
been
me
busy.
emergency help because I'm meetings and stuff.
Keep that
Yeah.
cat away from me too.
I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Machete. Ooh, look at my.
Look at that thing go.
My box. I gotta go.
Well, if you're able to afford it.
You know, it occurred to me
Maybe just have
that I've called Mr. Blake so much that I've forgotten what his first name was.
You're very kind. Yeah, thank you.
Jensen.
Okay. Yep.
Excuse me.
Right, that's what it was.
All right.
Hi there, little miss.
Well, yourself a little refresher. What's up?
My name's Runa.
Well, I mean, when it comes to doctors, you usually say last name anyway. So, yeah.
True.
Have that sitting out.
But I do think it's
I'm gonna go see if
important
I
to
can
know the
find and
first
talk to
name.
Edric. I need to talk to him about some
Get
magic.
me back here.
True.
This isn't actually my place, so you can't be back
Pleasure
here
to
this time.
meet you. What's your
How
name?
about like
Do you have it here?
Extra
do
do you know how to cook stuff?
Still on 28.
All right.
Sounds
You
like
got
things are
Okay, if you
not
wanna
off to
bring
a
up
great start over there.
Pleasure to meet
Mm.
you, Miss Olivia.
registers and stuff, I can tell you prices and stuff as they come along.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'll be right with you.
Seems you got your noodles just in time.
Told yesterday, somebody in the road.
It would seem.
You're the
I might need to get a new gun.
city person, and that you have a
That's true, you can with guns.
housing for affordable.
I guess.
Yeah, I just want to see just
I
what
don't know. I
they
promised Trick
prices.
that he would make one for me. Or, yeah.
Yes, that's true. Are you looking at
Probably, I
housing?
don't know. A better
I
sidearm.
our house is gonna get foreclosed soon, and I need to have a place for me and
will
my
see what you two wanna
siblings to
decide.
move before.
If you both worked on it, that'd be cool.
Okay, if you would like to come to my office, I can hand you a few open building applications,
What do you need
and
from
you
old
can
John?
take a look at which ones you like.
We're not dead.
Oh yes, little piggies.
Don't want to step on your toes.
Need any help with
More magic stuff than
Any-
physical stuff. Well, it is physical.
Or
but,
I
you
can
know.
bring them here if you want. I'm just gonna hand you a bunch of
Stuff that we
papers, and you can just
know
leaf
how
through
to
them and see
use
which departments
about
you like.
Did it
magic.
in a quiet area.
If you have like a meeting room or something that you can take her to.
Can you hear me from here if I lower my voice?
I mean, that's what I was offering. So either I can bring you the papers, or we can go there. Whatever you're comfortable with.
I had a feeling that would be too quiet.
All right. Excuse me.
Hi.
You wanna come with us for a sec?
A lot of
You wanna go
activity.
with her alone then, Olivia, or?
Indeed. I was just remissing.
That'd be nice.
Were you here those months ago when we confronted Mr. Fontaine here?
Sorry, okay. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be what has just happened.
Second, sorry.
It was an interesting time.
Mhm.
Chair.
Oh, did you find him yet?
No, that's why I'm looking for mages, right?
I'm sure they won't.
So if I get it,
Probably that's
army of
a
mages,
job.
and then we can leave.
You know what? You can do it. You can get Santa Claus. Okay, I believe in you.
Are you okay?
I'm surprised there hasn't been much sign of Trident.
Without me here?
I've been told to help.
That is concerning you.
I got a call on the radio that said
Though
basically
the day is
no.
still young.
Your
Very
girlfriend
true.
had said for me to help. So,
Why
but I
is
think
she asking you?
dealt with the rush. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Okay,
Well, do you want to be served at your own restaurant for once?
No, I'll fucking. You can leave if you need to. I can hold the
I've
fort
got
while
nothing
there's
else going on.
still
I can
people
help
here.
out.
Oh dear.
Just take a rest. You took actual.
Wild days all around, I guess.
It would seem.
Luck with that amulet I had made.
This whole city is a roller coaster.
I just got scratched up. I'm fine.
Okay, well, you know, scratches still hurt, and
For a tidally locked planet, a lot sure is moving.
what they get into.
I'd say so.
Hi.
Was that a hogbot?
Is that a hogbot?
What?
Oh, Mrs. Sloan.
A Christmas what?
I think your Sloan is right there.
Indeed.
Are you saying you're looking for a Sloan?
Yeah, I'm looking for Mrs. Sloan.
That would be me.
Over there.
Hi. Oh, hi. Sorry, it's been a while. I just check in.
Hello.
Do anything? You were the last person that gave me an order.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm just taking the usual
What is your designation?
Oh yeah, you told me that like I can do what I want, but I'm not allowed to kill anyone but Santa Claus.
I do not recall this. When did this happen?
I was like, my logs like 5 months. I haven't shut down since. I've been looking ever since. It's just tiring.
Door was open, so I come on in.
So you're saying that you've been looking for Santa
That's
Claus?
fine, just started to get a lot of people here. Alright.
Well, I certainly admire your dedication. But I do believe that you can stand down from that duty and report back to the clinic for a full diagnostic check.
Let's see. What do you have available as fast tea?
As far as tea?
5 months.
Let me see.
We have black oolong.
Come again?
I walked around the med city for 5 months. What is on that?
Black tea would be nice. And make that too for
I'm afraid I didn't catch that.
800. 2 black teas.
I've been doing this for 5 months.
Indeed.
I need to keep going.
Maybe.
Listen, like last reports, there was there's an Aries mage down here.
Well, technically anything could be.
So that could be Santa.
I think of a coconut.
I suppose, yes.
I mean,
It's very difficult to open up, so it's like a competition in itself.
Before diagnosis, can I just go for a walkthrough?
I suppose.
Well, I simply just wished for a check of your systems to make sure that everything is in order.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna know that, just.
You did say, but I wasn't too sure if you remembered if we provide Earl Grey.
No. I don't see a reason to turn you off.
Satisfactory.
Okay, alright, I'll chosen to phase out of existence instead of letting
Lords, I wish that was me sometimes phasing out of existence.
Case, you don't seem fine.
Yeah, get me a shot.
Looks like it's been.
To be fair, he doesn't really ever seem fine.
Okay, we went down to the necropolis, so.
Fair.
Yeah, you know what, that makes sense.
They sure are giving hogbots a lot of autonomy these days.
Yeah, I guess we're broadening our horizons, I suppose.
Except that one's been working for 5 months.
Well, that's the owner now. The owner
But it was only Christmas yesterday.
So it's still down there.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my.
Did you?
Where?
We didn't see it down there this time, but.
That's like
there's like
4 months and like 20 some odd days of downtime.
Bait it away or something, just leaving meals.
I don't know. He's been searching for that rogue mage.
Thrive, and that way I could actually go down and properly.
I suppose so. It'd be much easier if Aaron were here to reel in all these hug bots. I don't know how to program these things.
Indeed. Though, to be
Where I
fair,
got to.
Mr. Coin did also struggle to rein them in as well.
That's fine.
Wonderful.
True.
How many eternities to wait?
But yes, I do hope that we can find him again.
All helps keep the steel clean.
We are.
She's trying to be a
we are
dad.
Alright, that'll be 200 credits.
We are still
200
making
credits.
the holiday.
Alright.
When you think of competition between companions, what's something that
It's getting pretty loud in here.
That's fair.
You're not going to say it in my company. Do you like want to talk about it? I'm gonna be fully real.
Oh my goodness.
I know we see some shit nowadays, and
Yes,
even
that would be a
bartender
little bit of
but
different
like,
competition.
I've seen a
why don't we
lot.
step outside?
Indeed.
we could.
It's been a
So
long
busy.
few
Hold them
days.
up the longest.
That it is.
Long few days.
Where did that hot bot get off to?
Not sure. Probably darted off somewhere. It should stand out, so it shouldn't be too hard to find.
True.
Um.
What was that?
Hmm.
Don't
Hi,
know.
Mr. Sloan. Hi, Miss Alice.
How's it
Hey,
going?
Rona.
It's going well. I forgot it was my birthday.
Oh, yes.
So now I have to
Fair.
run around doing some
Been
stuff.
busy days.
I'm afraid that I completely forgot as well. And happy birthday.
Yeah, if the jacket
worry
doesn't fit,
about
let me
that.
know. I
It's not
can
an important day.
exchange it for another one.
No, it's absolutely lovely. Thank you, Alice.
Ah. No problem. There's a pill bug. Trader, maybe?
Are you still running around?
I want to see if I can requisition some medical supplies from up high. I'll go make a call real quick.
Very well.
I can wait. It's not a big deal. More so me making it up to you for being a little bit of a
Pillbug will hand you a card saying that he's a trader and gatherer.
dumbass. Oh, okay.
Quinoa, quinoa.
Okay.
Here we are.
Where did it run off to?
Breaking new law in Scraptown.
That's concerning. For a moment, I thought that was Mr. Drake. Actually, now there's two Mr. Drakes.
Fairy.
Alright, let's see if I'm fast enough.
I can dream.
Let's see which way.
I believe.
Who knows?
What are these?
Yeah, strange ideas have happened, right?
Perhaps it's in the water district.
I found some titans in the bag, and I'm running
Okay.
use it to upgrade my armor.
Okay,
BY
Oh, it is.
I mean, there's a lot of people there. I mean, Lilith is there if you want her supervision.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Don't
Don't worry, Sloan, it
You
doesn't
know, it
have a knife.
would have been fun. Hold on a minute. Let me get down here so I don't have to constantly look down. Oh, it's better for me just to sit down. But there was another Hugbot. I believe it was following Jackie around for quite a while, but their name was Panini, I think. I'm not sure if you met them at that time.
Wait. Is that the person?
Actually, I don't know where they went.
Amber.
They might be roaming on their own.
Don't worry, I won't say anything.
Yeah. But alright. You take
Maroon,
care,
I
little
need you
one.
for your daily duties.
What are my daily duties?
Opening up the garden, I need to go do some green thumb work.
Ah. Alright.
Hello, hello. Are you ready for your checkup?
It won't break your leg this time. Don't shoot it.
Indeed.
You see, it's in the
This way.
festive spirit.
I hope so.
Alright.
A Santa minion.
Ember, are you gonna stay here or?
So, for 5 months you've been activated? What was that?
I just kept walking.
I'm afraid your voice box is cutting out a bit.
Trying to fix it. Just, it's, after all of these months, it's just effy. Not any better.
Try it again. That works. Righty. Let me warm up the system. So, where exactly have your travels taken you?
I've been to like 17 rows. And just mostly the city.
That's impressive.
I almost like I walked like 500 things. I honestly 500.
Righty. Well, the system should be warmed up in just a moment. Was there anything unusual that you spotted in your time?
Well, recently I saw next to Maroon again. They were dressed different. They're a bit meaner. Everyone seems to be a lot more, like, spider-lady threatening. That was interesting.
Apologies. Seems like someone came through the other door. So, anything else other than being threatened by a Spider-Woman.
I saw like a snail in a hole.
A snail in a hole?
Like a snail ate a whole geb.
A whole Gebcube.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like just like unhinged its jaw and just you know.
That is a bit peculiar. Hello, Mr. Cassian. Can I help you?
My dog's about to do drugs. I gotta go. Good luck with this.
Right. Sorry.
Can we watch the dog do drugs?
I would say yes, but they move so quickly I'm not sure we could catch them. That's a lot of gunfire. I imagine that's why the system is taking so long to kick in. Say, were you activated by a Mr. Aaron Coyne?
Oh, yeah.
I see. Have you seen him about at all?
Last time I saw him was 5 months ago. Was it when I was sent down to the road?
I was worried that you'd say that. Well, I'm not sure where you'll be going from here, but if you do see Mr. Coyne in any of your searches, please report it to the Avalon Cloud as soon as possible.
I've been back on logs and I attempted to upload it to Try. You know, make it like a log series.
Sorry, what was that? Uploaded to Trident?
Oh, upload it to Try. You know, like a vlog. Like a quest to kill Santa. You know.
That will not be necessary. You should be hooked up to the Avalon Cloud. Should be able to report yourself somehow.
Yeah, but the views.
The views for Mr. Coyne?
Oh, no, imagine, getting famous and, then more people follow me, and then that means I have more people to help me become Santa.
Right.
Hello, Sloan. GM here.
Hello. I would like to run a full diagnostic on this Hugbot Systems and see what they've been up to.
Okay. Any bonuses to this roll?
1 point in decking.
Gotcha.
That's a lot of gunfire.
Any specific diagnostic you're trying to gain, or is it just a normal diagnostic of state of it?
I'd first like to check up on its systems and see if it's been altered in any way, and then I'd like to see if it has any travel logs or stores of things of what it's been up to.
Gotcha. Is there anything about this
Sorry, I just looked around this shit, sorry. Alright, yeah.
Is there anything specific about this Hugbot? I know you've played it before, but I don't believe I'm familiar with it.
It snuck into a filming of Morbius, but that's about it.
I'm sorry, what?
That's basically nothing. It's just that it snuck into a screening of Morbius,
Oh, gotcha. Alright.
Just walking
Morbius?
Morbius.
Yeah. What you'll see in this Hugbot's memory core is just a lot of like pirated films of like a hit film that bombed.
What?
And nothing much
Hey,
else.
a lot of gunfire. Look at that.
I believe it's the expedition down.
Fair enough.
So nothing else out of the ordinary? Like no strange viruses that I can find on the thing or any kind of tracking software?
No. It seems
Does it
to
have
be
the
just
Bandaborian on it? I need to watch
like
the Bandaborian.
really. It seems to be just like a lot of random pirated things from like the past 2 years.
Thank you.
No problem.
It seems we've acquired a mobile movie theater.
It would seem. Who on earth put all these on you?
Listen, I do think movie theaters should have more security. Because it's very easy to sneak in.
I thought you said that you were looking for Santa.
But research, right? Listen, like, I watched like a few of movies with Santa in it. And those like these documentaries about his powers.
I can pick out several examples on this list that have nothing to do with that subject.
They could.
What does Morbius have to do with Santa?
He's a wizard. Santa's also a wizard.
I don't think he's a wizard. But I don't know, I haven't seen it.
I kind of fell asleep halfway through.
You are a very curious Hugbot. Well, aside from that, there doesn't seem to be anything else wrong with you, so I would simply advise that you make a return to a Avalon clinic, make sure to get checked out by a certified technician, and then you can feel free to return to your searching for Mr. Santa Claus.
Can I just get one technician here?
Come again.
Don't you have a technician here? Mr. Coin?
I'm afraid not. Mr. Coin has gone missing. In fact, that would be a better job for you. I believe from here that instead of looking for Mr. Santa, you should look for Mr. Coin.
Gonna kill Mr. Coin?
No, don't kill him. Just find him.
No one said kill.
You said, like, if I find Santa, I have to kill him to become Santa.
Right. Forget that previous order. Ignore that. Cancel out trying to find and kill Santa. That's... I believe Masaru has either moved on or he has been caught. I'm unsure. But I want you to peacefully and non-lethally find Mr. Coin and bring him back if you can. Send a report as soon as you find him.
Okay, alright.
And do not kill him or harm him.
Am I still allowed to go to movie theaters?
Once a week is a reward day, but only after doing searching.
Yes! You want to come with one day?
Maybe. That depends on if I'm free.
Alright, okay. You open the door.
Indeed. I believe that should be all. Do you have a designation?
HG 9021074.
That was too many numbers and letters at once.
Yeah, I only go by Nick now. That's the name. Maroon and
Nick.
Dexter gave me.
Fair enough. Well, I wish you good luck, Nick.
Moving your hair
looking for the crack.
Well,
That was odd.
frankly, I suspect that with that much autonomy, he might be awakened.
It seems that way. I mean, I can't imagine anyone actually gave it orders to go pirate a shit ton of videos.
No. Most assuredly not. But he has kept himself undamaged this long, so that's a feat. Especially after going through 17 different rows. And not once he was grabbed or scrapped.
Yeah.
Or even decked into, it would seem.
Scrapped, shot. Well, maybe that's how he got this way.
Well, you would say that, but I made a check, and he looks just as fine as when he first came out of the factory.
Odd. That's a weird one for sure.
Indeed. It also looked like that large group of people was walking away from something.
If I'm not wrong, because I remember you mentioned to me
maybe not.
That you had a patient, and the symptoms you described sound similar to.
Maybe they were just in a hurry.
Yeah, possibly. That everyone's freaking out because of the echoes of gunshots down from the necropolis.
True, but that has been going for several minutes now.
Yeah.
I don't want to tread too much on your professional stuff. I just wanted to know. But yes, I promise you that he had an episode. His head opened up and he got.
Get done about everything I really had scheduled for today.
Were you able to do any extra research?
Yes, actually. Though I need to wait until tonight to get the results, because most of our data has been done up in the row computers, so the row system will tell me more about what I achieved.
Indeed. A lot of those armored fellows going about.
AI designation MEZZODE will be telling me what I learned.
Would you repeat that?
MEZZODE. Otherwise known as Mezode. That sounded different.
Very close. And Shimetsu Tech.
Yeah.
Just in case, I'm going
Not
to
kinda-
go grab a bit of bigger kit.
Yeah.
Very curious day. There we are. Perfect. I'll give him a second to finish with the DM.
Bye, Cliff.
Hello, Mr. Blake.
Hi.
Are you alright? You seem flustered.
Yes, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you sure?
A long day. Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, there's plenty of reasons not to be in this city.
I suppose that's true. I assure you I'm
It's the
fine.
arena.
It's the arena. Surprising.
I'm okay. I'm
Very
fine,
well,
Sloan.
if you say so.
Just stressful day.
We'll make sure you decompress in one way or another.
I will make sure to do that. Yeah, thank you, Sloan.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
So you're going to try and throw someone else off a waterfall? Might as well take a look at the arena, see what's happening. Oh, pardon me. Whoa there. Everything all right?
Arm won't let go.
Is it stuck?
Uh-huh.
Is it purely mechanical?
Uh-huh.
I see. Do you have any designated release? Your arm is stuck.
No.
What's going on? Your arm is stuck. Do you want me to take the taser out of your hand?
Uh-huh.
Alright, let me just pry that open. Okay, that's strong hand.
Oh, Cassie, I'm alive.
What?
Hello, yes, not dead yet.
Why would he be dead?
Let me get some.
You know, the gray hair is a bit old, you know. Never know.
Yes, I'm due to drop over.
Live each day like it's your last. Yes.
Ooh, almost crashed. 1 minute.
That is the first time I've heard you say that.
Because the lingo, as they say. Also, you can see with you, he has the green eyes on.
Yes, he is. But it's not just the green eyes, it's the fact that that entire model is an Avalon synth.
Yeah, but again, it's just like anyone can really own a synth, but
Like, green eyes is just age. I am old.
I didn't know that was
I
a
mean, it's
function.
kind of like your standard like corp guards, you know. They kind of have like their old like default like suit sometimes. Kind of switch the symbol like that.
I suppose.
Stuck.
What is stuck?
Arm.
Does it do that frequently?
Still stuck. Is it a mechanical thing or more of a software thing?
It's not good.
Not good.
Indeed.
We tried kicking it.
Oh, let's not do that. The shoulder, you said?
I can move the shoulder, but can't move
Give her
rest of
shoulder, but
It's metal all the way to here.
metal all the way to there. Let me take a look at it here real quick. Let me get my little device out here. Hook it up.
Later, we talk later.
Alright. Canada. I think you have a little bit of an issue right there. Give me 1 second. Where did I put that? Yep, there it is. Little twist.
Do you know much about those large synths walking about?
Alright, try to move your hand.
Not a
Or
clue.
funky.
Okay. Alright, let
At least
me.
not that one.
Anything.
Another one.
Roland and
Yes, it's Roland.
forgot other name, but no name, no name, just forgot.
Give me this movement of your wrist. This should be working now.
Don't know this one. You know this one?
Okay.
That one?
Wait, Nick. Your Nick.
Let's do a little.
Yeah.
He's been looking for Santa Claus for 5 months.
You need one eye.
Alright, try that.
Us together, we make one eye. I have eyes.
Just this way.
Where?
Unless you want to chat with
Nice.
us, folks.
Got him.
I don't know very many of
They're underneath the bandana.
Yeah.
Yes. Nobody ever believes me. Oh, your arm's working. Great.
I think that's the first time I've seen you without that on.
We'll just go up to where they're shooting the gun so you can get exposure. Right?
Where did your eye?
Can it see?
Take it off
Can
my
it see?
Okay. Where's my... Fucking...
Yes.
Hold up.
Are you
Wrong
crying?
button. There we go.
I might even talk to the docs.
Are you
I
crying?
like.
Sure.
You can make my
Yeah,
feet
I'm not
bit-
crying. This is
you
just
know,
my
more
eyes.
neutral and bit
What
thirsty.
if I turn this on? Will
Alright.
you cry?
Well, then I would cry. If you hit me with that, yeah.
Oh, I'm stepping back.
Right.
I'm not crying. You
Right.
have to... It is bright. It's not worse, but it's bright.
Hello.
Man,
Well, I'll leave you two to it.
Dad cries when lights turn off.
it's...
What?
When the lights turn on,
Tell
Dad
people.
cries.
The lights of
Don't
the
listen to it.
taser or just
Word
general
she
lights?
No, when regular lights turn on, he cries. I turn on lights at the house and he starts to cry.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch? Do you want to watch some movies?
Not really.
Curious.
actually.
Well, I'm glad that you've got your arm in order. I'm going to take a look at the arena.
I'm just too busy all the time.
We match.
Indeed.
Go watch something. I got a few movies downloaded.
Oh. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I
Le-
downloaded a few movies.
You can leave out the illegal part. Just say
Oh.
you watch movies.
Oh wait, I thought I had to like say like according to like the things like you wouldn't steal a like hotspot. I thought that you have to like legally say like you have you
I mean, if you're asked, yes. But unless asked, you don't have to.
Oh.
Unless you're speaking to an Avalon representative, then be clear.
Oh, so I can lie to other people. Okay.
Indeed, but not to the corporation. Righty, good luck, Nick. What on earth?
You want to come up here to get used to the sound of gunfire.
Once everyone clears out, do you want to try shooting a gun?
I can hand you my gun for you to use it.
Sure.
Okay. I would recommend covering up your eardrums first, just so the sound doesn't damage your ears if you're not fully used to it.
I hope the tavern opens soon. Or I suppose even opens today. I could use a drink. And most likely by this point, the cafe is closed as well. Indeed.
Ah, you're just in time for Runa's birthday party.
Oh.
Wait. I don't know that. Too excited.
Is this where it will be then?
Yeah.
Very good.
It's bad though, because Runa's coming.
Where's Mr. Wheeler?
I think walking with Runa?
Oh dear.
You lost me without a purpose.
This is awkward.
Oh, good luck with that. Now he's been missing for years.
Oh my god.
Shit, that's
Yeah, Amelia's able to whip this up pretty quick. It's a really fancy cake.
more likely it's been gone around about 3 months or so, but you know, could be.
Does Amelia seem to be doing all right?
Yeah. At least they seem to be cheered up.
I haven't eaten anything in a really long time.
Oh yeah, we still have the business proposition we can do with them, I believe.
Which one?
The one where they're looking for specific individuals for some project. We could say we could help with that, and depending on what they need, we could assist for maybe some big monetary gains. Depending on what it is that they want.
I'm blanking on
I'm
that
at least
project.
curious about the pitch of why they need those people. Oh. The one where she's looking for people that are mana-baned, specifically.
Ah, right. I haven't been able to speak with her yet.
Because I'm quite curious what they want exactly.
Indeed.
Seems important because it's very rare that anyone actually needs anything from someone that has that.
Indeed.
It's a rare trait in itself. If it's something simple she wants, could probably even get like, I don't know, she's pretty high up corp, maybe Volonium or something that we have trouble getting a hold of.
Maybe.
Because it's so rare. But that's entirely up to you.
Indeed. You said they were on the way.
Yeah. They said cafe.
Are you sure it wasn't the tavern?
They said cafe, unless they meant tavern.
Oh, behind you.
Do you know the council radio?
Yeah, they come. They went to the mayor's office. They might be a minute. Blake.
Hello again. It's just Sloan.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm good. There's no need for concern.
Alright.
Why is Dr. Harper up on the...
Surprise.
What? For what? Huh?
It's someone's birthday.
Right, it's Runa's birthday.
Indeed, so it will be a surprise, so try not to spoil it.
I see. That would be quite surprising, seeing as she already gave Runa a gift earlier, I suppose.
Indeed, it's prepping for a party.
I see. Right. Well, good luck with that, I suppose. I'll be around.
Indeed. Take care of yourself.
Of course, you as well.
Attention denizens of the Undercity. The session will end in 35 minutes. I repeat, the session will end in 35 minutes.
Did you get your mandatory touch grass time?
I actually haven't.
You should go do that. And also, why are you armed? What did you do?
What do you mean?
Heavily armed. You have an assault rifle on you today.
Well, lots of gunfire and supposedly people going down to, crypt to fight a giant creature.
I actually don't know if they did that yet. Why is she just staying?
Shh.
Are you hunting? Okay. She's just talking for Runa.
Indeed. Birthday surprise.
Oh. There? Or there?
She's in the mayor's office.
I need to grab her anyway. Alright, I'll be back for her.
Oh, there was supposed to be a party.
Indeed, it would seem that some other business came up.
Is that for Runa? Alright. She has been eating today, thankfully.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I had a burger. Yeah, I can't get in to deliver it, so I'm just kind of up here. So I'm not seeing. Hello, Amelia.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
They'll be here soon. I just phoned it in.
Yeah, what are you guys gonna try to like fucking drop a cake on her?
No.
Thank you.
Just the element of surprise.
Oh, good old birthday party, huh? Yeah, it's been a rough day. I guess some cheer would help some people out.
I wanted to ask, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm a little bit less of a mess. Still got some business despite not wanting to run the poor face shop, so I guess that was fun.
Indeed. What happened?
When what?
Yesterday.
There was what a shipment we did out on the wasteland. It didn't really go as to plan.
What are you? Hi. What are you doing?
When we got there, we
It's his birthday and the party's in here, but I can't get in.
we were there when he
So I'm up here so Ren isn't
person
seen.
that was getting buried got shot down.
Can he case unlock
Well,
the door? But
shot
he's
down
supposed
is
to-
incorrect wording. They were killed. I was there, so.
I see.
I see.
You're probably used to it in your position or whatever, but
I suppose.
I just felt like I could have done something, but I didn't. So
Why did you say it was your fault?
it was.
Because you didn't act.
Mm-hmm. You know, I wasn't
What do you and Mr. Sloan do in Avalon?
I wasn't like a cowboy or Avalon grade medical personnel. I didn't do anything heroic. I just sat there and watched someone died.
Oh, yes, that's it. Thank you.
It wasn't a very pretty death either.
You know, as they say, yes.
Of course.
Right, I'm getting off this fucking.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes.
I let people down.
What they yabbing about?
Yeah, what
I'm
did you
sorry.
do at Avalon?
Just general medical stuff. Though a lot less recently due to some changing circumstances.
It's... We all can make mistakes sometimes.
Are you working more lower end?
I just like it if my mistakes didn't get people
I'm
killed.
not high. I'm more low end.
I know what you mean.
Oh, they're coming from they're coming from over the bridge up top. They're gonna see you this way.
Birthday girl is coming, so
They're not gamers. They won't
we
let
all
them.
keep looking moody inside.
If there's time later, I'd like to talk.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But only if you feel like it.
Mm-hmm. There's only so much I can talk about. It's a little hard.
Believe me, I do know.
Vibes. Let's get in there.
But it does help to talk about it.
You already said happy day.
I know.
Oh, I did.
Good to
They
say.
Wait,
Time to check the
Miss
oven.
Harper. Oh no, a giant meat again.
The
Just
big
like
roast.
last year.
Oh no.
Alright. Let me get this butchered up and I'll start handing out slices.
Oh, you guys are so.
Whatever.
You need a hand back there? I got this chopper for a reason.
Sure, why not?
Hells yeah.
Come back here.
Last time I went to the wasteland, Kenji
I'm a
made
pretty
that.
mean cook, you know.
So how you doing, Amelia?
Kenji made a giant knife.
I'm doing okay.
You know, he carries her one around,
mean-
so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's not ask about me, okay? I'm doing someone else's thing.
Ooh,
I'll be
not a
fine.
good thing
Then he
to
went
use.
ahead and made this for me. So it didn't have
That's nice.
anything quieter.
I have a knife.
What are you thinking of making with this?
I have a sword, though it's tucked
I was
away
gonna
somewhere.
slice it up and
secret,
serve it with some
because I
sauce.
need to repair it.
And
Yeah, my knife is
some
somewhere secret
veggies.
too. You can't see it on me right now. You wanna know the secret?
Good ol'.
What's the
pretty
secret?
hearty and filling.
No, we're just going classic holiday dinner for this one.
Ah, classic holiday dinner. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, that's pretty good too. Woo! This thing's wild. Jesus. Like,
Nice.
Alright, here you go, Rhoda. You get the first one.
What is this? Why is it purple?
It's
purple?
It's the only one I could find.
Hey.
It's fine. It's
What
blue.
did you
It's from the wasteland.
do to
Hello, hello.
It's from the wasteland. It's
Is there some sort of commotion,
It's a
or just
scorpion.
people ordering food?
That's the giant crab scorpions.
Birthday party.
What's the big crabs? The big crabs.
Oh,
Different than
I
last
see, I
time
see.
you made me.
What? It's the same type.
Is it? I don't know. I don't think he's scorpion
It
last
honestly
time.
should taste better because you've got some of the emberweed spicy sauce on there. You got some you
Maybe that's
got
what
some
I
of
smelled.
the grow veggies with it. It's gonna
Did
taste
you
good.
put aqua vera in that?
Thank you.
No, I did not put aqua vera in it.
Aqua Vera will make it taste
Why
like
is it blue then?
toothpaste.
know your shit, don't you?
cool.
Yeah,
Shut
I,
up. You need any help with the actual cooking, or
Yeah,
all good
toothpaste.
there?
it should be alright. That just came out of the oven. I smoked it.
Oh, what kind of
for,
toothpaste?
Like 8 hours.
How does it
yesterday,
taste?
and
Hmm.
I've
Minty
been,
kind.
Just
Tastes like meat.
reheating it in the oven
Oh,
for-
the
It
minty
tastes
kind.
like spicy meat.
Yeah.
It's good.
Unfortunately, I don't know what that tastes like.
Happy to
That's fair.
I wish I could
Yeah, this
show
is my first restaurant I've run.
Wait, does that mean you
I've
can
been
only
learning
Yeah,
eat
memento.
spicy
I've said
content?
this to a lot
You
of
can
people
be
who learned how to
Alice.
cook before I learned how to talk.
Probably. It literally doesn't do anything to me.
That's too bad.
Did someone just say they could eat me?
No, they can beat you at the spicy food eating competition. not eat you. Oh no.
I'm not, I'll get you out
I'm
there.
really doing shit.
Alice, should I grow concerned?
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
I don't know. I was concerned for a moment. Okay,
Oh,
fair,
wait a
fair.
minute. We don't categorize people to come and mix
Nice and spicy.
I was okay.
Well, I mean, clearly.
It was a very large plate.
It is a very large plate.
Mr. Trigg give you my gift I gave him to give you?
Yeah, I got the puzzle box. Thank you so much.
Alright, come up and grab some, guys.
Sorry, I didn't get you anything.
We've got more to go around.
Oh no, don't worry. I'm not used
That is
to
quite good.
I
Neither.
learned
Yeah.
that on
A good bit of spice.
on Merry Christmas.
I think
Indeed.
Flowery said it was, but it's like
But
a
then people gave gifts to me. and I was
fire or
very
something.
confused.
It's good
And
spice
it's
to it.
happening again.
I mean, they keep saying it's your birthday.
Hmm.
Apparently.
Of course it is.
Is it?
Well, happy birthday. I guess that makes what I'm about to do even
And
more
me
like
and
special.
without a present.
No,
I mean,
Ruru doesn't
I can
need
rectify
it.
that.
I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
give you your present.
Rectifying it. Yep. If I can. Goodness.
Oh, right.
I suppose
Don't scream
instead of a
from outside.
gift, I could do you a favor.
Looks I'll be
That
able
is
to put your fish to
terrifying
use.
offer. I mean, I'm just happy that
Oh,
I,
what for?
honestly,
I'm gonna
the
go put
greatest
him in the
gift
pond
that
in the
everybody's
grove.
given me is,
Oh,
being
okay.
my friend and, caring about me, and it's kind of nice.
Oh, and let me do it.
I'm
So
not
we'll
used
see
to
how
it.
long they last. Hopefully, we
You better
Yeah,
get
'cause
used
I
to
don't
it.
really know what type of like fish they are. I'm not fucking like xenobiologist, so.
I'm gonna go
Xenobiologist
research.
versus
They send you that
zoologist.
bad. I mean, you gave me a
I
fish.
heard that you're looking for a
It's
zoologist.
simultaneously adorable and gross.
Yeah, but what if they're alien fish though?
Zoologist.
Are you
Everything
Could be
alien
alien
is
fine?
not
I guess I
fine.
won't express
Xenobiologist.
my love and affection for
I'm
my
sorry.
friend.
Exactly, as I said, xenobiologist, but then I was like, what if it's a
Fine. I
xenozoologist?
see how it is. I understand.
Technically.
If you had more words onto
I'm
it,
not-
it's not
I'm
more
not used to
complicated. And someone
emotional
you know, go say what like you do, but it really impresses
That's
people.
fair. I'm not really that used. Wait, I already said that.
Well, if you are free,
Oh, I
we can go do our short gardening, so I can show you actually some interesting plants and vegetables.
Is 10 minutes enough to garden?
Yes. It can take longer generally too.
Probably.
Depends on how
I'm
much.
gonna
you
go
want.
finish it. Well, maybe not finish. I'll be in the library.
I told you how to get you some
Have
tea.
fun. Oh, thank you. I appreciate.
Oh,
it's
no,
actually
I
tea.
just needed someone to
Thank
crush
you.
some dust. But,
I thought it was
I heard
ghosts.
that.
I got you drink on the case. Sorry to make you worry.
There's more food if anyone
I'm
wants
gonna
it.
ignore it. I don't think
It's gonna go to waste.
I was staring like a weirdo, so that's why I was kind of.
I'm gonna just eat because
I saw you.
I'm fine, I ate earlier.
And I was kind of just staring at
I think
Alex,
my
and
hands
Alex was
messed up.
concerned.
Did you?
Take a plate.
Do you eat? Have I just
Sarcasm,
not been
Rona.
feeding you? Oh.
I mean, he tricked me a little bit into drinking like a bottle of oil whiskey, but you know what? I drank it.
You saw me pouring
Would you
it
be
over
free to
my
talk now?
drinks. That's on you.
I thought
Yeah,
you
I can
your
talk.
mouth, okay.
Very well. Just
I mean,
one
hey,
minute.
I'm heading out, but happy birthday.
For the festivities.
Happy
Thank
birthday,
you.
Runa.
Please stay safe and take care.
Yeah, sure, I'll take you up on it. Why not?
As much as I
There's some business I need to attend to, but happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Always business with you.
Alright. Be safe, Mr. Sloan.
I will.
Learn to relax a little. That's
Don't forget, touch grass.
I'm not sure if I'll have the time.
Before she eats her cake.
Oh, I can't
Oh,
remember
no.
if she's
I
still
do.
in there.
Forgot.
Yes, good.
You guys
So
don't need to leave the
particular-
party if you want to. It's not that big of a deal.
That's fine.
I mean, you want to bring it with me?
Is there a particular spot that you would like?
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Thank you.
Cassian. Be sure to go to the cafe. Runa's birthday party's going on.
Probably the
Sell some
clinic.
meat. It's pretty good.
Runa has.
Very well.
It's a little bit more safe.
Yeah, today.
Of course.
There's something in good speed. Fuck it. You see, I want to whisper, but then I don't want to whisper because then everything's super fucking quiet, but then, it's annoying.
That's fair. I mean, you could say, you know, the walls are pretty thick in here.
Mm-hmm. I'll just whisper anyways.
Alright.
A lot of people have been going around and really asking and prying about this stuff. So could you guys at least give me one benefit of the doubt and tell me what you guys know? No beating around the bush, please.
About
Well.
what?
I suppose that's... I know that there was a time, quite a while back, that was the first real time that was aware of Mr. Fenris. That was in the Rumble Canyon. Other than that, there's not been much between me and him on that front. So I saw that you were there at the funeral today.
I was also at the funeral in B2, but I just didn't really want to be seen. Can I trust you guys with something?
Indeed.
Of course.
What did it look like to you guys?
What did what look like?
That day. With the white wolf going around in the Undercity and all the drones and stuff.
What it looked like?
Mm-hmm.
It looked like it was just to, I don't know, get out, get away? Not sure why they were hounding him. I haven't really heard anything in the news about anything going on. Just that there was some PSA that they were looking for a white wolf, but I honestly thought he would look gray.
Yeah. Kind of a fancy little story was trying to spin, because apparently they had contracted by someone else to go after them. So it's kind of weird. It's almost like if we would contract Astral to go after people we didn't want to be involved, we do it through another means, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I owe Fenris a fair amount. He saved some people that were really close to me. And, I wanted to help him out. So I, kind of smuggled him onto a GEP shipment going into the wasteland. That was, also something else that was kind of on the down low, because I don't want, you know, people getting up in arms over, business deals with, Grabtown between GEP. I also didn't want any other corporations getting involved, you know, trying to wedge their way into it or complicating matters, not over something as simple as getting fucking Krilk, you know. So it was supposed to be kind of down on the down low. Seemed like the perfect way to get him out. When we landed, we were redirected to an alternate landing zone where we landed and disembarked, and some people in an unmarked ship dismounted and pulled us out. They knew who they were after. They knew that we were smuggling them, and they pretty much went straight after him. And he didn't make it very far before he was stopped and killed. I've never seen mercenaries like this. They weren't Astral. They weren't corporate affiliated. If they were corporate or Astral, even bandits, we would have been able to deal with them, but I didn't really know what they'd do. And they had us beat with guns. We just let it happen.
There was nothing you could do.
People keep telling me that, but, you know...
But it'll eat you alive inside, feeling that there's at least something you could have done. Like anything,
it's like...
kinda.
I didn't even fucking try. I just did, but good little Amelia Skylark to do to let the baddies win. I mean, I have one of these on me, for fuck's sake. Like, I could have thrown this at some guys, and then, like...
Sure what that is.
I don't know.
Knock knock.
Who's at the door? You hear, it's probably medical attention stuff. You can go check.
I'll see.
It's Cynthia.
That's what I heard, she knows.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Not you. It's talking on the radio. Just trying to figure out what radio I'm supposed to call on. But, I see you're busy. I was just coming by for that talk, but...
Yeah.
Maybe another time. Seems busy.
One moment.
Would you prefer the privacy?
She knows.
Would you mind? Because I saw that they were with his body.
Yeah, that's...
Where'd you get that?
So... I can bring her in if you want.
You gonna plant that somewhere? Go be a planter. Go garden. Go garden. Oh, yeah, of course.
Welcome.
I too am gonna sit. I've been on my legs all day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Talking about Fenris.
Yeah.
From everything. Oh, there's no hiding.
To be fair, Amelia, you did more than anyone else would have done, to be honest. You went above and beyond for the situation, I think. Because I know what it feels like to really put yourself out there to save someone that you care about. I didn't really get to speak much to him, but he seemed like an alright person from the few times I did get to speak with him in passing. It was sure as hell dependable in a gunfight when the Shadow Wyverns attacked the one time.
Mm-hmm. Didn't take any
So,
bullshit.
Yeah. He's very get shit done kind of dog. Wolf dog. What is he? Technically?
Lupine, I think.
Lupine.
That'd be correct, yeah.
What does concern me a lot, though, is these unmarked mercenaries or bounty hunters. Do you know anything more about them? They sound,
Probably mage hunters.
That's not something I hear very often.
Yeah.
Does this have something to do with the, Mana Bane request? What would someone with Mana Bane be able to provide?
Just,
Hello, everybody. This is your DM. There are 10 minutes until the session ends. I repeat, 10 minutes till the session.
Did they
This
have a
is a
leader
thread.
or anything?
The guy with the, fancy dress. Well, not that fancy, just kind of guy in a suit. Ski mask, almost like with a red, like, triangle in their right eye. Oh.
Peculiar.
Honestly, probably something you could get at a convenience store and then throw away. Or almost like typical robber look, but, the guys with them also looked like they were packing some pretty good armor, but I didn't see corporate at all. I didn't see any, like, anything like that.
No insignias, nothing.
Yeah, I don't know who they are.
Sounds like a well-equipped PNC, maybe.
Probably.
Maybe. But
Or another sovereign.
Could be.
That's a word I didn't want to hear.
I don't know if it'll help at all, but been getting word from people who have contacts. The guy in question, they think they spotted him up in the upper city. So, please be careful.
That's not good.
Did they say where?
The reason I,
What corp?
Nope, no corp. Just that he was up there.
Just in
Don't know
general.
where he goes. Just that he's been spotted, but it's not 100% that it's him. It could be. It's better to err with caution.
indeed. But to get back to the core of this. You said that you feel guilty because you didn't act.
Mm-hmm.
Was it solely because you weren't able to act in the moment, or because Fenris died?
just scared. I don't know what to do. They were under my wing and my protection. And I let them down, they're dead. But I can't be... can't fuck up like that. People get killed. They put their faith and trust into me and I am down.
Crawling.
But you did try to help.
You did everything you could, Amelia. You're not a soldier.
I could have done nothing and you could still be alive. We could play the what if game.
That's
you don't
not
know
true.
That. I mean, he could have got found by the drones or who knows what else. The easiest way to get him out of the city was what you did. I don't think any other way would have easily got him out of here.
Indeed.
You put your neck on the line for that.
But I didn't go all the way. I didn't think of every possible.
We never can.
No, but...
People always say hindsight's 20/20, but in the moment, you just do what you think is right or what you feel like you could do. And
Indeed.
sometimes you freeze.
But it was not you that killed Fenris. It wasn't you that was hunting him. You did what you could to help him. But it was those men that pulled the trigger. It's not your fault.
I saw you at the clinic when he came in. I can tell from what I heard of the eulogy you were quite close. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, he
You as well, Amelia.
helped out a lot.
So, do we think these people are going to strike again?
Probably. Don't seem to be particularly fond of people like me, so... Wouldn't be surprised if I'm on the list. The only
Was
theory
there
I
an
have as to why
autopsy
I'm still
done?
here. Mm-hmm.
What was the cause of death exactly?
I'm getting the details in an email later. I don't have the specific cause. I just know that the prime things are there's been no traces of magic left on him, so we don't have any connection there. And that I'm gonna say it, but his blood vessels, they whether through spell or a weapon were ruptured and he died of the blood loss from the looks of it. But I will get that report later and I will probably send it through because it's better that we stay informed rather than hide it just because where you stand, you know. We need to know.
Indeed. Is there any other clear markings on the people? Or just the triangle over the eye?
That's all I remember. It wasn't a triangle, it was a diamond.
Diamond.
Red, orange triangle over the right eye. It was the right eye. It's really not a lot to go on.
It's not a lot, but it's something.
It is a physical description. I can see if he has made any trips into Avalon.
Be safe about it.
don't think they care about being hidden, so.
Indeed.
He took joy in it. Was willing to tell me stuff that someone a little bit smarter probably wouldn't.
Did he know him?
I was able to track him. Some method I don't know about. Fenris wasn't chipped from my understanding.
He didn't seem to know much about whoever was going after him. He was doing fine, and he entered into the row one day, and immediately, as soon as he entered, it was just chaos from what I heard. That he had to shoot down drones. They were on him the second he stepped in the city. Don't know how, don't know why. Just, they knew. Somehow.
Well, if it was Trident drones and an unmarked PMC that killed him, what's the correlation there?
Trident was just hired out for a job by the sound of it.
Indeed. It's too loose to say at the moment.
Wouldn't be surprised if they hired Masaru out for tracking as well.
Most
Fenris
likely.
didn't do a very good job of keeping their blood around, so Masaru has a tendency of taking people's blood to track mages, so there's been a story about him being a terrorist, get more cooperation from the corporations, get a blood vial that isn't exactly too difficult to do, as we have experienced in another scenario with Masaru. But I think we're running out of time, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, have to head out. It's Miss Runa's birthday, and I promised I'd be there at least a little longer.
Indeed.
Thank you,
wanted to
Millie,
come
for
check in.
trusting us with this information.
Hello, everybody!
I didn't get to get back.
Can you hear me?
This way.
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for another wonderful session in the Undercity. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming and having a good time, y'all. I do believe, and other jams correct me if I'm wrong, this is our last session before the Christmas break.
Yes.
And you all know what that means. That means system reworks and a second wave of characters. So thank you all so much for being here, and I can't wait to see you guys after the break.
I'm so full of information. Holy shit.
Oh my god, ma'am.
I wanted to get back so bad. Sorry, Mark. Green. I don't know which one I'm looking
Bye,
at.
stream. Now you say bye to mine. Say bye to mine. Say bye to mine. Ow, ow. Fuck you, builder. Fuck you, builder. Fuck you, builder. Okay.
You didn't throw away your iron. How are you?
Because I just got some. Well, one of them I just got. I didn't realize to tell my iron. I thought I tossed them, honestly.
Imagine that fucking mushroom. Oh, Jesus Christ. The arsenal mushroom plunges you out of existence.
Hi. I got chucked in
Even I was like, hey, maybe we don't.
Nap. Nap and perish.
Nap and perish.
Oh boy. That was the what?
the most emotion I've ever seen out of Sloan.
Yeesh. Hello.
You like my little line about referring to you as Uncle Sloan?
Yes.
I was like, I'm gonna break this man. And then at the end, I was like, oh god, now I'm just like a baby.
What was I doing? That's a very good question.
It was good. It was half and half intense emotional moments and goofiness.
I got KOA. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I had a hug bot come back after 5 months of looking for Santa Claus.
Fuck were you?
Where the fuck were you?
I was alright. So I got indoctrinated into 2 groups. I had so many medical emergencies. I was balling. I was balling the entire time, and I was honestly looking for you, but I didn't see you. What?
Yeah, I was balling, but in a different way.
Anyway, God, this was such a fun session. I had so much fun. I'm gonna go antagonize more people.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep. Too many things. No, it was fun. What was that?
We all got all of our little baskets lined up and ready to go.
Yeah.
We even talked to the session lined up.
Yeah, no, I know.
Boy.
I think I still
Are you still on Whisper?
Like, there was no reasonable discharge of that
So,
spell. It was just entirely
Sorry, the vision. Is this better? Move with the
There you go.
across the bridge.
You see fire? You see fire in my finger? Fire finger?
No.
No fire finger? Okay. Hey, do you guys see fire finger?
I love you.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna end stream real quick.
Okay.
Alright. So, with that, I'm gonna be ending session here. Ooh. It's been pretty action-packed so far in this season. There's a lot of emotional moments going on. But, like Bandit said, we're going to be having a holiday break from now on for this session until January. So we'll be coming back sometime in January. And I'm going to try to have some other streams in between now and then. But FanRP will be back sometime in January. We don't have an exact date yet, but that's when we'll be picking back up. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And in case I don't see you before Christmas, Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. So, good night, and I'll see you again very, very soon. Bye-bye.